I'm here to talk about dialectical behavior therapy and borderline personality disorder. And I'd be happy to answer people's questions as we go. So I'm sure that there are some questions. And so I'd love to be able to answer those. And in particular, kind of answering those as they're relevant, because that can also often be the most helpful, is that if you have a question in the moment, if I can kind of answer it as we go. I would say it's nice to see everybody. I wish I could see everybody, but I'll have to just enjoy looking at my screen for now. So I will go ahead and get started and share my screen to share my PowerPoint, and I will work to get us to a good stopping point before we take a break, especially since we're getting started a little bit later. Dialectical behavior therapy to effectively treat borderline personality disorder and other conditions. So my apologies, it looks like for whatever reason, I can't see my mouse on here. So I can't figure out how to open and close certain windows, but anyway, so I'm a licensed professional counselor. I'm also a licensed clinical mental health counselor in the state of North Carolina. In Alabama, I'm a licensed professional counselor. I'm also nationally certified and a certified instructor for the National Guild of Hypnotists, as well as a certified clinical military counselor. And first and foremost, as far as importance and relevance to today, I'm intensively trained in dialectical behavior therapy. So something we'll get into in a little bit is in terms of the training. It used to be when I went through my training, which was back in 2011, that when I went through that training, that it was the intensively trained, quote unquote, was the highest that you could possibly be. So now they actually have certifications available through Behavioral Tech, which is the company started by Marsha Linehan. But back when I was going through everything, that wasn't an option. So you know, in terms of borderline personality disorder, I think that hold on just one second. I apologize. I can't. I'll have to move the questions because it looks like I can't see otherwise. Okay. And so now I can't see the questions, but I can at least see my slides. So borderline personality disorder was what dialectical behavior therapy was originally created to help with and to provide some relief for. That used to be part of what we had looked at with Cluster B. And, that whole realm of personality disorders can be really overwhelming for people who aren't familiar with working in that area, or for people who really struggle with any personality disorder. So that's why I thought it would be really useful to, even though I'm sure that you already knew and, that you've looked at before the criteria for borderline personality disorder, I thought it would be really important just to go over, again, looking at the criteria for borderline personality disorder, and looking at how some of the criteria can look a little bit differently depending on who you're working to diagnose. So as far as borderline personality disorder, a couple key things. One, as you'll find out later, if you aren't already aware, it is incredibly important to actually diagnose someone with borderline personality disorder if they meet the criteria, and we'll talk about why that is. Because I know that if this isn't your area of specialty, then it can feel perhaps a little nerve-wracking to diagnose someone with a personality disorder. However, hopefully that's one of the things that will change after today, is that after today you will recognize the importance of actually diagnosing someone with borderline personality disorder if they in fact do meet the criteria. And I'm just pausing for a second. So I'm hoping that, I can't see the questions. I can see that there are some, but I can't see them. So I'll have to take a break in a little bit, I guess, and kind of review the questions and kind of answer the questions before we start back.
Maggie, this is Natalia. Michelle and I will back your questions. So whenever you take a break, just let us know and we'll tell you what questions have been asked so far, so you don't have to try to moderate the chat while you're training.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. Okay, so like I said, hopefully today you guys will, at least by the end of today, you'll understand the importance of why it's imperative that we diagnose someone with borderline personality disorder if they meet the criteria. Another thing that may be unfamiliar or new is that in terms of diagnosing someone who is under the age of 18, that is something that you can do with BPD. So it is a myth to say that you can't, although of course clearly we want to be a bit more careful with diagnosing somebody under the age of 18 or 19, as it were, in Alabama, because that's the age of legal adulthood in the state of Alabama, which I found out once I moved here. But just because there's a lot of overlap between some of the things that we see in borderline personality disorder that can be fairly typical for a teen who is going through a lot of hormonal changes and developmental changes and things like that. But you know, there are teens who do meet the criteria, and in fact, there's a whole separate training manual for teens who are struggling with borderline personality disorder. So that's put out by Marsha Linehan and Behavioral Tech. Marsha Linehan is the one who developed DBT. So I know that these are a bit graphic, but you know, this is the reality of what we're dealing with often. When we're talking about people who are struggling with borderline personality disorder. And because it can be really overwhelming, it can also be something that a lot of clinicians don't really want to look at. And, you know, whether they mark on their arm with a red pen, right? Or they're actually cutting themselves, right? The issue, the bottom line issue is still the same, in that they are struggling to deal with what we have become to know more as really an emotional dysregulation disorder. And in fact, as you'll see here, when they did the previous update to the DSM, they had planned to change the name of borderline personality disorder to pervasive emotional dysregulation disorder, although they decided not to, and I think they opted to go back to the drawing board on that one. But the reason they did that was because that seems to be just a hallmark of this disorder, in that somebody who is struggling with borderline personality disorder is at a really base level struggling to deal with just being so incredibly sensitive that they, from a physiological, right, biological standpoint, they are dealing with being emotionally overloaded more frequently than everybody else, right? Or than most people. Their emotional overload, right, is much more intense than most everybody else. And they're struggling with feeling the repercussions from being emotionally overloaded and the intensity of that. And like, for longer, they feel emotional for longer than other people. And so that's, when we talk about really emotional sensitivity, especially in terms of clinical emotional sensitivity, that's what we're talking about. We're talking about feeling just incredibly emotionally overloaded more frequently, with more intensity, and for longer than most people have to deal with. So, and as a result, that can create some really, really challenging things for children to deal with who don't understand what's going on with them. And not only that, but the adults in their lives don't understand it either. So, and that brings us to the creation, or the prevailing theory in terms of the development of borderline personality disorder, which is called the biosocial theory. So the biosocial theory of borderline personality disorder is that you take a child, right, like the one in the picture, you take a child who is really struggling with what we just talked about, just being incredibly emotionally sensitive, more emotional, more often, with more intensity and for longer than everybody else around them, probably. And then you place that child, that infant, that baby, that toddler, right, that kindergartner, in an environment where they are frequently, consistently, chronically invalidated. And that's the basis for this development of essentially a host of the criteria, which are essentially coping mechanisms to help this really, really sensitive kid deal with being in an environment that is chronically invalidating at best, and or potentially abusive and neglectful and other things on top of being chronically invalidating. And if you're not real clear on validation and invalidation, we will come back to that because it is of utmost importance, as you can see here. But the basis for it is, that when we validate someone's feelings, that what we're telling them is that what they're feeling is real, it's important, and that it's understandable. And so, and sometimes people can think they're being validating or want to be validating, and they're not being, and they're actually being invalidating. So that's something to keep in mind too, which we'll talk about. So the biosocial theory of borderline personality disorder and the development. And so, as I said, when that happens, as children, we learn to then ignore any primary responses that we have, and then either blunt, mask, or distort those emotions because, your kid comes to you and says, I'm really scared. And it reminds me, of thankfully already being aware of DBT and borderline personality disorder and emotional sensitivity, and having already had started my journey as a counselor prior to having children. So when so I have right now I have 13-year-old twins and an 11-year-old, and I recall very distinctly when my twins were about two-ish, I don't know, 2.5, maybe something like that. They were watching something on TV, some cartoon on TV, while I was trying to clean up the mess from lunch and, get the dishes going and, that kind of stuff. And I saw my daughter, my twins are boy girl twin and twins, and I saw my daughter hop up from the TV and, with her little whoopee to her face, like ran to the hallway so that she couldn't see the TV, but she could still hear it. And her brother just sat there still watching TV, like there was, like nothing. But she was standing in the hallway, like shaking and looking scared. And so I'm looking at him, he seemed fine. I'm looking at her and I'm like, what's going on? And she was like, in her little toddler voice, like, it's scary, Mom. And so I'm like, oh my gosh, like, did they change the channel? Like, what happened? Somebody sit on a remote. What's the TV on? So I go over there to look and see, like, what's so scary on TV. And I see that it was the cartoon of Strawberry Shortcake. And so my first inclination was to be like, oh, well, this isn't scary. Like, I thought they'd changed the channel. I thought something had happened was different than the cartoons I'd put on. So I was like, I thought, in my mind, this isn't scary. And then I thought, okay, well, I don't want to invalidate her. So I just asked her, what's so scary? And she said, the purple pie man. And then as I put myself in her shoes, I realized that from her perspective, it was scary. He was always trying to get them, and he was always trying to, he would jump out and he would take somebody and take them away. And I was like, yeah, imagine if you're two, that would be really scary. And so I just was able to talk with her instead of invalidating her experience and her fear of this, this cartoon that, of course, we know to not be real. So we, when, like I said, when we have this chronic invalidation, we learn to distrust not only our own experiences, right? Because if I had said, that's not scary, then she would have been like, it's not, like, in her own 2-year-old brain, right? It's not, like, I thought it was scary, like, I feel scared, but Mom says it's not scary, so I guess I'm not supposed to be scared, but I still feel scared, so something's wrong with me. So whenever I have this feeling, I'm not supposed to have that because this isn't supposed to be scary. And so then they learn to distrust their own experiences, their own emotions, and their own bodily sensations, which are the things that help give us information about what we're feeling. And as you can imagine, that's not helpful. So in order to meet the criteria for actual borderline personality disorder, clients really only need 5 out of 9 traits in order to meet the criteria, right? And, just like with any of the others, I mean, it can be a wide range, and it can look very differently. And I'm going to talk about some of the ways that it can look differently too, because, I think people have kind of this stereotype in their minds of someone, what someone looks like when they have borderline personality disorder. And that can kind of close us off sometimes intellectually to actually seeing people who really do have it, like I said, in terms of diagnoses, men are often misdiagnosed with something else. Women are often misdiagnosed with something else, just because, not that people don't think they have it, but because they don't want to diagnose somebody with a personality disorder. Teens are often misdiagnosed with something else because people don't want to, or think that you can't diagnose a teen, those kinds of things. So let's take a look at the criteria. So number one, frantic efforts to avoid real or imagined abandonment. So abandonment issues, and again, they don't even have to be real. There doesn't even have to be a history of abandonment, right? It could just be imagined abandonment, right? Or, as in the case with chronic invalidation, it can be emotional abandonment, right? And those are some of the things that I think that we forget about when we think about the whole abandonment thing, or if somebody's looking to diagnose themselves and they're on Google and they think, well, I've never been abandoned, so that doesn't apply to me. Well, it doesn't have to do with whether you were actually ever abandoned. It just has to do with, what's the level of your fear of avoid and the extent to which you'll go to avoid real or even imagined abandonment. A note that this doesn't include any suicidal or self-mutilating behavior, which, by the way, and we'll get to, but in DBT, that self-mutilating behavior that I sort of alluded to earlier, in DBT, dialectical behavior therapy, we call that parasuicidal behavior. So just as a way of distinguishing that, because that can take all sorts of forms. So when this happens, right, clients will often catastrophize, just imagining the worst over and over and over and over and over, which as a hypnotist, I think is really fascinating to pay attention to the fact that, this in essence is a form of self-hypnosis, right? Kind of putting yourself into that trance and giving yourself these negative visuals, these imagery. So, and that can be extremely powerful. The idea of the self-fulfilling prophecy comes to mind, and just how catastrophizing can lead to a self-fulfilling prophecy. Criteria 2, a pattern of unstable and really intense interpersonal relationships characterized by alternating between extremes of idealization, right? You're perfect, they're perfect, it's amazing, it's wonderful, and devaluation. Worthless, I hate them, it's awful, right? And one thing that I want to point out here, and I'll come back to, is the idea that borderline personality disorder typically will run on multiple spectrums, but one spectrum along which it runs is between what I refer to in my mind as inhibited versus uninhibited traits. So uninhibited, people who have borderline personality disorder who exhibit uninhibited traits are the ones that we typically imagine. They're the ones sort of like in this picture that they're more loud, they're more out there, they're more apt to like have a big fight in the middle of a restaurant and storm out, or come into the office and like knock stuff over and like push papers around on the floor or things like that. It's bigger, it's more obvious, right? And then on the other end of that spectrum are the people who have borderline personality disorder, but it's inhibited, right? So that looks very different. And it's also on that end of the spectrum doesn't get diagnosed as often, as accurately, because it doesn't look the way that we expect it to look. The borderline personality disorder doesn't look the way that we expect it to look or think it's going to look. But the unstable and intense interpersonal relationships, the majority of that alternating between idealization and devaluation can be happening inside of them. Right. And so it wouldn't be as obvious to others necessarily, but would be, but it would still impact the relationship itself. So just something to keep in mind. Number 3, identity disturbance. So markedly and persistently unstable self-image or sense of self. So, with the kind of relationships on again, off again, like I said, I have 13-year-old twins, and especially my daughter, as a 13-year-old at the middle school, there's a lot more relationship drama than there was at the elementary school. And so that's one of the reasons I think that people think that you can't diagnose somebody in their teens with BPD, because that kind of unstable and intense relationships can happen as a teenager, as they're working to figure out, like, who are their friends, who are not their friends, and that sort of thing. And it's in particular when that kind of behavior persists, and up till, in 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, right? And that kind of just real extremes in regard to relationships has persisted. That's when it's just really, really clear that, wait a minute, by this time, it seems like that would be something that you would be able to figure out is, how do you know who is your friend and who is not your friend, and how to figure out who you can trust and who you can't trust, and with what and to what extent, and that sort of thing. And this is another one, number 3, the identity disturbance is another one that is sort of typical in regard to teenagers, right? That unstable self-image. They're not really sure who they are. They're trying to figure it out. As I mentioned, the twins are boy, girl, and my son has pretty much remained the same, but over the course of within a month, I think halfway through the year, her first year in middle school, over the Christmas break, suddenly, my daughter wanted to just drastically change her appearance. She had hair almost down to her waist. It was straight, light brown. She wanted to cut it all off really short, dye it black, and change her style and her clothing. And as we talked about it, she was like, she explained her reasoning, and she explained kind of the aesthetic she was going for, and was talking about how, that she was saying, well, especially that she sort of saw it as, that she's sort of like dressing an avatar, that she can kind of change her appearance, and that'll change how she feels about herself and how other people see her. And she wanted to experiment with that. And so I said, okay, let's do it. If you don't like it, we'll change it back, or we'll change it to something different. This is the time when that's what they're doing, is they're working to figure out, who am I? Where do I fit in? Who are my real friends? What group do I fit into? And so to some degree that is, can be typical for this age. Although, even some teenagers are like, nope, I know who I am. I know what I want. But some don't have it that clear. And, it's that kind of unstable self-image that when somebody's 60 and they don't know who they are, and their unstable sense of self, or their self-image, meaning who they portray themselves to be, and who they see themselves to be, when who they see themselves to be changes depending on who they're talking to or who they're with, that's really stressful for them, and really confusing for the other people that are in their lives, who, again, as I said, most people would assume that by that point, it would have been figured out. But that's not always the case. And sometimes people don't have help with that and don't know how to figure out who they are. So impulsivity, number 4. Impulsivity in at least 2 areas that are potentially self-damaging. So, for example, spending, sex, substance abuse, reckless driving, binge eating. And again, this doesn't include the suicidal or self-mutilating behavior, which is covered next. But being super impulsive, and, and again, in areas that are self-damaging, in at least 2 areas that are self-damaging. That impulsivity, we recognize, is a lack of distress tolerance skills. They aren't able to make themselves feel better, or lack the skills to be able to figure out how to make themselves feel better. And so they just, they have these urges, like, I don't know, I just have to do something. And so, they go with something, and then it seems to make them feel better in the short term. And so they kind of stick with that, and then it becomes a pattern, and then a habit, and etc. So, and again, in terms of potentially areas that are self-damaging, because there can be a lot of shame in regard to really struggling with, if you feel like you have intense feelings, but you're not supposed to be having intense feelings. So something's wrong with me. What's wrong with me? Nobody understands me, that sort of thing. It can lead to a lot of shame, or a lot of feeling badly about things, i.e. guilt, things that they do or say, and ways that they behave to try to get their needs met, which can, with an overwhelming amount of that, can certainly also lead to shame. Just really quickly, I don't know if you guys are familiar with Brene Brown. But if you aren't, I would highly recommend checking out her YouTube video of her TED Talk that went viral a few years ago, called The Power of Vulnerability. So good. As a researcher of shame, she does a tremendous job of relaying the information that she's discovered with her research. And she also, and I promise she's not paying me, but she also has a brand new series on HBO Max called Atlas of the Heart, which I watched and found phenomenal. So impulsivity, due to difficulty with lack of distress tolerance skills, and developing patterns to work to satisfy that, to make themselves feel better and deal with mountains and mountains of shame, typically. By the way, in terms of, impulsivity, and at least two areas that are self-damaging, again, that kind of impulsivity can look differently depending on the gender. So, for example, men may take risks in regard to like street racing, or extreme sports and kinds of things, right, that are potentially self-damaging, not necessarily, but potentially. Whereas that sort of impulsivity may be more in relation to spending in regard to women, for example. Not always, right? But so, I think that we definitely, in general, people typically have a tendency to have some gender stereotypes in regard to this disorder. And typically when people envision somebody who has borderline personality disorder, my guess is that you would often envision someone who is female. However, that can be a mistake. I know that when I was first working with getting the training in 2011, and I'll talk a little bit more about my training later, but when I was first getting trained, and I was still working to, figure out how to diagnose borderline personality disorder, because I was coming right out of graduate school, because in my first career, I was actually a high school teacher. And then I moved into corporate America for a little while. And then I went back to school. And then I actually became a hypnotist. That's the order of things. I became a hypnotist. And then I realized that a lot of things people that were coming to me for had a lot of underlying emotional issues that I didn't feel qualified as a high school teacher or hypnotist to be able to handle. And so I went back to school to get my master's in counseling psychology while I was living in Japan. And when I came back to the United States and started working towards my licensure, my supervisor at the time knew that I loved going to trainings. I love attending trainings. I love learning. I love reading. And so, especially in regard to my work, because I love my work. And so, yeah, in fact, I remember sitting on the floor in my parents' basement reading their college psychology textbooks as a seventh grader, just for fun, because I thought it was interesting. But she said, I signed you up for another training, Maggie. And I was like, cool, what day is it? And let me mark off my calendar so I can make sure. And she's like, well, it's actually all next year. And I was like, what is this training you signed me up for that's like a year long? And she's like, well, it's kind of 2 years. And I'm like, what? So thankfully she knew me well enough to know that, number one, I would really like it. And number two, that it would be a really good fit for me. So, and she was right. I really did, especially the overlap between mindfulness and hypnosis. As a hypnotist going into it, I was intrigued by that. So as I was starting to work and learning about borderline personality disorder and dialectical behavior therapy, I remember working with I think he was probably 17 or 18 at the time, client who was male. And I remember really having just a difficult time and struggling to figure out what was going on and why I felt like we kept hitting dead ends and walls, and why I kept feeling so much resistance. And then it finally dawned on me, hey, wait a minute. This sounds real. These criteria, that these symptoms sound really familiar. And so I pulled up my list, and sure enough, he met the criteria for borderline personality disorder to a T. And once I was able to make that shift in my mind and go, okay, that's what I'm dealing with here, then it was such a profound shift that we didn't have resistance after that. That we were able to work together and make some great progress. So again, being mindful to how, your potential mental limitations can create problems, and to really be open-minded in terms of looking at the criteria. Right? Like, you may think right, the criteria. However, I would especially after today, and after talking about it, and I would really highly recommend that anybody that there's even an idea that maybe, a client or few comes to mind, really take a look at those cases again and look at the criteria that they're presenting with and the symptoms they're presenting with, and really check it against the 9 criteria just one more time to see if potentially they do meet the criteria. Check with somebody else. If this isn't your specialty area, check with somebody else and staff it and see. Because it really is imperative that they get diagnosed and as soon as possible, so that they can get the help that they need. And I'll explain further. So number 5, the one I've been alluding to, and if you can't tell, this is pen, right? But it's that sense, right, that especially that visceral reaction. But number 5 has to do with recurrent suicidal behavior, gestures, or threats, right? Or self-mutilating behavior, or parasuicidal behavior. This can often be, like I said, the most challenging part to deal with as a family member, or as the client themselves, or as a therapist. Just for everybody involved, this is a challenging thing to deal with. So, and I recognize that a lot of counselors really do struggle and feel apprehensive at dealing with suicidal behavior, gestures, and threats, and or parasuicidal behavior, because they don't feel like they know enough about it. And so, I for any of you feeling that way, I would highly recommend that you get more training, because there are going to be more people that have these ideas or have this behavior that are coming to you. And And as often as possible, if we're able to be helpful, of course, the sooner that we can get them help, the better, of course, right? So self-mutilating behavior, the parasuicidal behavior, which I do think is a strange thing to name it, since one of the things that we know about parasuicidal behavior is that it is not indeed suicidal, right? So, which is why they wanted to differentiate that from suicidal behavior. But parasuicidal behavior has to do with just wanting to feel better. They want to feel better and they don't know how to go about it. And again, we're going back to a lack of skills. They don't know how to make themselves feel better. They're lacking the distress tolerance and self-soothing or distracting skills, and just some basic skills in terms of how to make themselves feel better. So they develop these alternative ways. And as if some of you know, there are some physiological responses that happen that produce serotonin in the brain and positive effects for the body as your body works to then heal itself and go, oh no, what's happening? And works to make us feel better. When we engage in behavior that is physically hurting us, right? It can create a kind of a mental or emotional balm or soothing. And this kind of, parasuicidal behavior can take all forms. And so, one of the things that I even find it odd at times to remember, that's something that I actually used to do, that when I worked for an agency, I worked for two different agencies in North Carolina when I lived there. And during my work for those agencies, I would have full caseloads. And just imagine, if you will, full caseloads of clients with borderline personality disorder. Full caseloads. So let me tell you that I have seen my fair share of examples of all kinds of different ways that people can work to inflict physical harm in order to try to make themselves feel better. Going back to kind of what we talked about earlier in terms of, don't let gender biases dissuade you from looking at the criteria. We often think in regard to self-mutilating behavior, kind of the cutting of the wrist or inner thigh or inner arm, things like that. But it can also take lots of different forms. Someone who isn't a cutter, but there may be other ways. For example, some people may get piercings, or they may get tattoos as a way of inflicting physical harm, as a way of making themselves feel better. Or they may go to a bar and intentionally pick fights with people so that they sort of get somebody else to hurt them. So it can look all kinds of ways, but the bottom line is like a not feeling good and then inflicting physical pain to feel better, right? Even if they aren't able to put it into those words, but kind of that pattern. So 6, affective instability, right? So meaning it rather than a flat affect, which we can see in regard to the inhibited, right, borderline personality disorder. This is the affective instability due to a marked reactivity of mood. So intense episodic dysphoria, irritability, anxiety, usually lasting only a few hours and only rarely more than a few days. And again, this is kind of, and Calvin I thought was cute. But so, this is typically what we think about when we think about borderline personality disorder and what we're used to seeing. And it goes along with sort of some of the more typical books that you would think of in regard to the disorder as well, like Walking on Eggshells or I Hate You, Don't Leave Me, or things like that. We think of kind of this like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde back and forth stuff, and having a difficult time going like, where are they today? You have no idea what you're going to get. And the reality is that they don't know how to control their own emotions or know what they're feeling. So, number 7, chronic feelings of emptiness. This is one of those where, I've thought about adding more information to it over the years as I've given talks on borderline personality disorder and as I've worked with people in the field that have borderline personality disorder. But typically what I've found is that this sense of emptiness is something that, with some of the others, like if I'm reading the criteria to a client, which is what I would do often when I was thinking that I was looking at in the chair across from me someone dealing with the symptoms of borderline personality disorder. And so to kind of broach that subject, one of the ways that I would handle that more often than not was to say, hey, I'm thinking about something, and I'm just going to read you a list of kind of 9 things, and I just want to see if you think these things are true of you, or if you don't think they're true of you, or just kind of want to get what you think. And while there may be other ones that we've gone over that I'd like here today, where I maybe did a little more explaining of what that meant and that sort of thing, with this one, I typically don't have to say anything or explain it any further. Either they are like, yep, I understand that, or no. There's typically not like I'm not sure. Can you tell me what you mean by that? No, that one's typically, if they're experiencing that sense of emptiness, feeling empty, then it's typically pretty easy to identify. So, and the little teddy bear, so sad. Little panda. So number 8, inappropriate, intense anger or difficulty controlling anger, frequent displays of temper, constant anger, recurrent physical fights. And again, this is more with the uninhibited type of borderline personality disorder. Again, kind of going back to one of the reasons that they were, going to rename is that, and kind of rework, is that, that someone may have borderline personality disorder, but they might not meet this criteria because the inappropriate, intense anger is on the inside. And it's not that the client that's sitting in front of us has a difficult time controlling the expression of that anger. On the contrary, their inappropriate and intense anger happens on the inside. And they have clamped down on it so hard that most people don't even know it's there. And yet they're sort of this seething ball of rage internally and typically towards the self, again, kind of going back to that chain that we were talking about. So it's not always displays of temper. but it, it can just be this constant anger, right? But that's super intense and internal. And number 9, transient stress-related paranoid ideation or severe dissociative symptoms. So paranoia, the whole idea of they're out to get me, they're talking about me, and just because you're paranoid doesn't mean they're not out to get you. So, but kind of comes and goes, typically stress related, feeling like people are out to get you, talking about you behind your back, kind of a thing, or severe dissociative symptoms. So typically in terms of dissociation, it can come in different forms. Sometimes clients will express kind of disappearing inside of themselves. Sometimes clients will feel like they sort of like float up and outside their body, maybe up and back behind their head, kind of like looking down at the back of their head, or kind of floating up, towards the ceiling, just kind of like distancing themselves, to deal with stress. Like they just, and you can just kind of, when you're looking at them, kind of just see kind of the lights go out and they're just not present. That automatic dissociative symptom in order to self-protect. And then again, sort of, different, the dissociation can also be a form of hypnosis. So to recap, frantic efforts to avoid abandonment, unstable and intense interpersonal relationships, identity disturbance, impulsivity, suicidal behavior or parasuicidal behavior, super moody, right? And just really mood swings, extreme mood swings, chronic feelings of emptiness, really intense anger, and then transient stress-related paranoid ideation or severe dissociative symptoms. I've worked over the years because I used to be a high school English teacher, English, theater, speech, etc. So I love alliteration. I love a good alliteration, especially in terms of a mnemonic device. I haven't been able to find a really good one for the criteria of borderline personality disorder. Here's one that I came up with, parasmia, just as a way to kind of help keep it in my mind. But of course, I've gone over it so many times that I can kind of go through and count, and go, which one am I missing? Oh, this one. Or think about like my slides and go, which one am I? Oh, that slide. But it's good if you don't have that. If this isn't your specialty, then either come up with a cheat sheet that you keep somewhere handy, or keep a screenshot on your phone or something where you have it handy and you can refer to it in order to kind of go through that criteria when you think somebody might meet the criteria and really be benefited by being diagnosed with borderline personality disorder. So in terms of this diagnosis, like I said, there are lots and lots of reasons why a lot of clinicians will just out and out refuse to even treat them or work with them. And of course, some of it is, they recognize that it requires a specialty and that's not their field. And so they feel like, they want to get that person to someone who can help them. Which if that's the case for you and that's what you're saying to yourself in terms of, kind of passing on these clients, I would ask you, before you kind of refer them on, if you're thinking that they might meet the criteria, is that before or after you make a diagnosis, saying on paper that that's what and talking with them about, like, this, it seems as though you meet the criteria. Because like I said, I didn't sort of finish that story with, that typically when I go through the criteria with clients and I go, hey, see if this fits with you, I could just go through and I put a little check mark if they're like, yeah, that sounds like me, or no, that's not me. No, okay. X, just yes, no, okay. And then typically, right, and because I've got it in my head already, like I know what the criteria are, and I wouldn't have asked them unless I had heard enough to think it's possible they would meet 5 of the 9. So let's look. And invariably, right, typically it's like they meet 8 or 9 of the criteria. They meet a lot of them, but and so at that point, then I just simply talk about like, hey, this is what it looks like. You meet 8 of the 9 criteria for what's known as borderline personality disorder. What do you know about that? Have you ever heard about that? And helping them understand that it is something that you can get better. And then I typically follow that up immediately with, not only can you get better, but this is my specialty, so I can help you. You're in the right place. Even if that's not the case for you, right? You can let them know, look, you can get better, and it's not my specialty, but let me connect you with someone that it is their specialty so that we can get you some help right away. But again, are you diagnosing them, or are you kind of passing the buck to sort of make somebody else, do the diagnosis? And will they even do it, or will they sort of just be, kind of passed from counselor to counselor to therapist, clinician to clinician, with kind of no one really wanting to make that diagnosis? Maybe because of a fear that the person won't like what they're told. And I can tell you that probably 95% or greater was the likelihood that they were happy. They were, not happy that they had the disorder, right? The personality disorder, but grateful that someone finally told them, like, this is what this is, especially once I read the criteria and they were like, oh yeah, that's me. Oh yeah, that's told me. Oh yeah, that's me. And then I went, hey, there's a name for this, right? All these things you said, yeah, that's me. There's a name for that. And it's such a relief to them, because often, what you'll find is that these people are incredibly smart and they want help. And so typically, especially if you're dealing with somebody who's in their 40s, 50s, 60s, you're dealing with somebody who has gone to therapist after therapist after therapist, trying to get help, trying to figure out what's going on with them. And then either being passed along, people not willing to make a diagnosis, or diagnosing them incorrectly with something that they don't have. And that can be tricky too. I remember early on in diagnosing clients, when I was still learning about BPD and just diagnosing people in general, I remember going to my supervisor with a case, with my case file open and all my notes. And I was like, I have been racking my brain. Like, this person, I don't know what to diagnose them with, because this person meets the criteria for this. Like, do I list it all? Like, what's going on here? Like, I've reviewed the criteria, like they meet the criteria for all of them. And she said, typically when you see that sort of thing, what you're actually dealing with, and that you want to put as a predominant diagnosis, and not the only one, because there's a lot of comorbidities in regard to borderline personality disorder, but a predominant diagnosis of borderline personality disorder, that's typically a good indication, that, and if they've been working to get help. And but part of the reason many clinicians refuse to treat, like I said, they're nervous about making that diagnosis, maybe afraid of what the person might say that gets the diagnosis, because they wouldn't want to hear the diagnosis or something. More often than not, people are relieved. Like, thank goodness, okay, I know what it is, now I can do something. And a lot of times it's this myth that there's no cure, right? And I would say that, in regard to this myth that there's no cure, that a lot of us as clinicians come by it honestly. As I've given presentations, I've heard various stories, unfortunately, a large number of stories in which clinicians had similar experiences to the one that I had when I was in graduate school, which is where I was in my psychopathology class. And like I said, I was reading my parents' college psychology textbooks as a 7th grader. So I was raring to go for this class. I was super excited. Like, let's hear. And so when it came the day, and I was reading ahead in the book because I'm nerdy like that. I was reading ahead in the book, and I was looking at, I'm like, okay, we're going to talk about borderline personality disorder. Like, this sounds interesting. Like, I wonder what's, the professor, said, hey, as far as borderline personality disorder, like, what you got to know is, 2 basic things. Number 1, you can't help them. Number 2, get them off your caseload as soon as possible. And I was like, and then he'd turn the page, flip, done, next. I was like, seriously? That's all that we're gonna hear about this? I'm looking around, anybody else think this is odd, weird? So it was really disappointing and disheartening, but he's the professor. I don't know anything. I'm like, okay. So I was really relieved when I started learning about borderline personality disorder and being in the training for dialectical behavior therapy to hear that's not the case, and that we can help them and that they can get better. And in fact, when I was going through all of the research to go through the training to become intensively certified, I was preparing a presentation for the other clinicians, and we were kind of finishing up in our thing, and I made a slide that had something about I made a reference to DBT being a cure for BPD, and my supervisor was like, whoa, Maggie, no, we do not say that. We're not saying that. And so since then, I've been very clear to say that that apparently we don't use the word cure, but what we have with DBT is we have the opportunity to help clients have a reduction in symptoms to the point where they no longer meet the diagnosis. Let me repeat that because it sounded like a cure to me, but apparently it's not. But we have the opportunity to help clients with DBT. We have an opportunity to help clients who have borderline personality disorder have a reduction in symptoms to the point where they no longer meet the diagnosis, which means that they can get better, right? So this idea that a lot of us have had that they can't get any better isn't true. It's simply not true. And the reality is that it's not the client's fault, right, that they're not getting any better, and it's not the clinician's fault that they're not getting any better, right? It's the issue more often than not that they have been misdiagnosed and aren't getting the most effective treatment to help them with the reduction in symptoms for borderline personality disorder, if that makes sense. That and still, quote unquote, virtually unknown to the public. And a lot of times people will refer to bipolar when what they really mean is borderline personality disorder. But a lot of people don't necessarily know about borderline personality disorder, but everybody has heard of bipolar, so people just kind of call it that. So, so again, going back to that the reality for people who have borderline personality disorder is that treatment as usual doesn't work. Okay, not only that. Oh, sorry, I have the hiccups. Not only that. But treatment as usual for somebody who has borderline personality disorder, treatment as usual can often make it worse, can make them more symptomatic. Go back to the young male that was about 17 or 18, as I recall, that I was really felt like I was meeting a lot of resistance. And I was like, why is he here if he doesn't even want any help? Why does he keep coming back to me? Clearly, we're not understanding each other. And I'm not helping. What's going on here? I felt a lot of resistance, and the treatment as usual just doesn't work. It typically makes them more symptomatic. So, what's the most studied and most effective treatment for borderline personality disorder? It's dialectical behavior therapy. So, on the left, we have the old cover of, and it is the cover of her book, Cognitive Behavioral Treatment of Borderline Personality Disorder. That was the, kind of the textbook that she wrote to go along with the development of dialectical behavior therapy. And that was also the cover of our old workbook back when I started working with clients. The cover looked just like her textbook that she wrote, kind of, and it was, it was maybe half an inch thick, and it had like the teacher's information, and it had every handout and every worksheet, and now we have on the right, this is the new version, the DBT skills training handouts and worksheets. And that just in and of itself, just the handouts and worksheets for the clients, that is like, I want to say like 2 inches thick just in and of itself. And then the handbook for the instructors is another 2 inches thick. So we've come a long way from where we were with just a, half an inch thick with everything you needed. But the spiral bound on the right, the new DBT skills training handouts and worksheets, is chock full of all kinds of really good stuff. And it's only, I think, like $30 something on Amazon, and it goes up and down in price, but not very much. And it has all the handouts and all the worksheets for all of the modules that you would want to teach for the skills training portion of DBT. It's not handouts to use in individual sessions with clients. That's not what that is. That's not how DBT is run. But this is for the skills training class portion of dialectical behavior therapy, which, for those who don't know, is a program. So, I think that, let me sneak ahead for a minute. Okay. I think we talked about that. Let's take a break here for a little bit so that I can kind of hold off on the hiccups. I don't even know if you guys can see me while I'm sharing. Let me see if I can stop sharing. Stop. Am I stopped?
Yes.
Okay. I was like, I can't even tell if I stopped. Okay. Can you guys see me while I'm giving you my PowerPoint, or just my PowerPoint?
Yes, we can see you and the PowerPoint. Happy to take a break. There is one question that we have, if you don't mind answering that before we go.
Sure.
It looks like it was in reference to the diagnostic criteria. How does the paranoid ideation differ from that of psychosis?
So that's a good question. I was trying to look and see if I had access to that. Was it in the chats or in the?
It's in the Q&A at the bottom of your screen.
Oh, got it. Okay. So I would say that's a really good question. I would say that in some ways, depending on the level of paranoid ideation, it may seem indistinguishable. I would keep in mind several things. Number one, you have a whole cluster of other symptoms to look at. So we're not looking at, like, that's not the only criteria, right? And then it's brought about by stress, right? So if you're looking at somebody who has a psychosis, then that's not necessarily stress induced. Like they just really have difficulty with even knowing what they're telling you is real or not real, or right. But for the paranoia that goes along with borderline personality disorder, it's stress related. It's this intense, like, hyper focus on my own experiences, and then like, what are people thinking and what are people saying about me? And it's stress related, as opposed to with psychosis might have nothing to do with stress. Although the idea that the paranoia might create stress, the paranoia doesn't come out of the stress. Whereas with borderline personality disorder, it comes out of it comes out of the stress, if that makes sense. I don't know if I explained it that well. Did that help? Yes?
Yes.
Let's see. Okay. I don't know. Let me see. Lizzie asked the question. I found it. Lizzie said, yes, that was helpful. I got it. Yeah. See, I can see the chat thing pop up now that I'm not in the PowerPoint, but I couldn't see it before. So
there we go. So she is the creator of Dialectical Behavior Therapy. She did so in the 1970s. And her textbook really is that. It reads like a textbook. If you're wanting to, and I mean, it's really good. It's like full of lots of information. Although I would say that if you're wanting to get more of kind of a primer that is a little bit more succinct and less textbooky, I would highly recommend Kelly Kerner's book. I was going to say I may have it on my shelf, but I'm not seeing it right this second. Kelly Kerner's book, it's called Using Dialectical Behavior Therapy by Kelly Kerner, Koerner. So that's a really good one. So it was created to treat borderline personality disorder, also used to treat mood disorders, as well as helping change patterns of behavior, but specifically looking at self-harm, suicidal ideation, substance abuse, right? Evidence towards effectiveness with also depression, drug and alcohol problems, PTSD, traumatic brain injuries, binge eating disorder, etc. So, and it's been around, like I said, since the 70s. And so there's a lot of information and research around its effectiveness, DBT's effectiveness with all kinds of things. And like I said, they have worksheets and handouts that are specifically geared towards using with addictions, handouts and worksheets that are specifically geared towards using with teens, etc. So I would highly encourage you to look into that if you're interested in kind of learning more. So just to give you a little bit more information in terms of the kind of training I had, this was what essentially our training looked like when I went through behavioral tech. Now, this wasn't for certification, which, like I said, when I got my training wasn't available. There was no certification except through, other random parties who decided to just offer a certification in DBT. But Marcia Linehan did not offer a certification in DBT until, I want to say, like September of 2019, something like that, like really recently. It was maybe 2018 or 2019, somewhere around there. But anyway, so when I went through the training, the most you could have was to be intensively trained, because you could have a foundational training, which means that you had like a week-long training, or you could have be intensively trained, but that was the highest you could be. So when I went through the training, I started in August of 2011. We did 2 short intensives, one in August and one in February, and then we had 2 week-long intensives where we holed up at the hotel and just day in and day out went through the intensive with our team. And it was from 8 to 5 exactly. Like, we started promptly and ended promptly. It was very regimented in that way. One in October and one in May. Then we had a program presentation that we had to make because we went through it with a team. So that was one of the cool things about our program, was that when I went through the training, it was actually paid for by our local, it was paid for by ECBH, our local LME, and they paid for, they recognized a deficit in trained clinicians capable of dealing with borderline personality disorder. They recognized the need for this specialized training in order to actually help these people. Sort of the financial impediments to people getting the training, and sort of lack of interest on the part of people and organizations in order to train the people. And so because of all of those things, they just said, you know, we're going to pay for, I think it was 6 or 7 teams from different organizations, from different agencies around, I think it was Eastern North Carolina, to get this training. And then, you know, there was some sort of agreement with the agency that they would then, you know, because they, you know, as a way of paying it back, sort of like, you know, going through the military, like they'll send you to school, but then you got to owe them like 3 more years of service after that, kind of a thing. It was sort of like that. It was like, well, we'll train a team of people for, you know, we'll pay for that training for them, but then you have to make sure that you promise us that you'll give us X number of years of, you know, helping this population after you're done getting trained, because that's what they needed. They really needed help with working with this population. So, yeah, so I think there were so we went through together as a team, and I think there were about 6 or 7 teams from what I recall. So we had to do a program presentation of the program that we were going to have in our agency, you know, how we were going to collect the data, how we were going to do the skills training class, and how we were going to continue to strengthen our skills as clinicians, you know, how we were going to continue to do role plays so that we could kind of hone our skills after we went back to our agency, those kinds of things. And so we went through the training that first year together, and we had to do our program presentations and everything. And then the second year we were still supervised by the DBT therapists. So, and then of course, follow up and support after that. So DBT, dialectical behavior therapy, is essentially, you can see from, you know, her original manual, cognitive behavioral treatment of borderline personality disorder. And then it moved to DBT. So you can see from that it's essentially sort of a combination of CBT plus some other stuff. And I would say that other stuff primarily consists of mindfulness. So in a really base sense, it's kind of CBT plus mindfulness, kind of at a basic level. So the D part, where'd that come from? So the D stands for dialectical. So a dialectic is when you have 2 things that seem diametrically opposed, meaning that they can't coexist, but that do, right? So they are, the dialectics is the conversation to come to a synthesis between two diametrically opposed or two positions that are dialectical, right? And it's sort of, one of a hallmark of people that struggle with this disorder is that tendency of kind of moving towards kind of that black and white, all or nothing thinking, and that dialectic. So the way we talk about it in DBT is kind of, noticing when people get caught in the dialectic, where they're having trouble recognizing that there are other options besides just this or that, right? And we hear it all the time in general from other clients who don't have BPD, but that tendency of like, well, I have to just let them come in and do whatever they want, or I just have to have nothing to do with them. It's like, I'm pretty sure there's at least one more option. But the dialectics is that conversation to be able to find that synthesis, that space in the middle. And dialectics, and the issue of so many things being dialectical for these clients is part of the reason why their emptiness is pervasive, and their sense of emptiness is not only pervasive, but also chronic, and their difficulty with a lack of self-image, a sense of self. They struggle with it because so much to them is like diametrically opposed, and they're like, I don't know, because I'm good and bad, so who am I have no idea, right? Or that sort of thing. So getting caught in the dialectic and not knowing how to kind of work their way out of that. So dialectics are largely responsible for the treatment as usual not working as well. Sorry, my nose itches. And why it seems like you can't help borderline personality disorder clients with treatment as usual has to do with dialectics. And that is that typically when you look at treatment as usual, sorry. Get my caffeine for the day. When you look at treatment as usual, typically counselors, clinicians will have one of two main leanings, right? One is change oriented, right? So the clinician will be focused on like, okay, let's do some problem solving. Let's figure out what we need to fix. Let's fix it. Let's do some homework. Let's do some worksheets. Did you do your homework? You didn't? Like, okay, well, I can't help you if you're not going to do your homework. Like we need to make some changes. Like, you don't like this behavior. Like, let's make some changes here, right? Like you said, you came here because you wanted me to help you. We need to make some changes, right? Etc. So it's very change oriented, and that change, that focus on change can leave clients who have borderline personality disorder feeling extremely invalidated, and they just either get totally resistant or they just drop out completely. And they're invalidated because they're like, number one, I already know that. Like, I know I want to change, but this is hard for me. You don't see how hard it is for me. You don't understand how hard it is for me. I just can't do that. Like, you're asking too much of me. I can't. And then they just feel like you just don't understand how hard it is for me. You're not getting it. And so they feel like they express how difficult it is and how overwhelmed they feel, or how stressed, or and how scared, and how whatever. And if we keep pushing change, then they feel invalidated and they resist and they drop out. Or there's the other kind of treatment as usual side of things, where the client is very acceptance oriented, very nurturing, very calm, very like, I understand, and a common complaint from borderline personality disorder clients that have had sort of acceptance-driven clinicians will be like, they were really, really nice, but we didn't do anything. We didn't get anything done. I didn't learn anything. It didn't help, or they just told me a bunch of stuff and then it didn't help me. So they're like, they're really nice, so because the focus is on, I understand, I hear you, it's okay, I know the struggle is hard, and etc. So the focus is on that acceptance piece, just the validation, right? Just validating, like, I hear you, I understand, it is really hard, right? And then they're like, well, yeah, it's hard, but like, I still have to do something. I still have to change something. I can't keep going like this. Like, what am I going to do? Right? So then they just feel ultimately more misunderstood than before, and then they get resistant and drop out. So these are some other dialectics, but as I was alluding to, the main dialectic in DBT is the dialectic between validation and change, right? And it's about finding the synthesis, or that space in between the two, between the dialectics. So these I just listed as some other classic dialectics for DBT. These are kind of the main ones. Emotional vulnerability versus self-invalidation, right? So just being really emotionally vulnerable and saying, like, this is how I'm feeling, really open about how I'm feeling, or like, I don't know, like, I'm scared, but that's probably wrong. I don't even know what I'm thinking. So it's kind of, again, think about these as like spectrums, and these are kind of spectrums along which the person who has borderline personality disorder can fall somewhere along the spectrum, kind of closer to one side than the other side. And so, the kind of full flavor of the kind of issues that you're dealing with can be looked at kind of along these main spectrums. Another one is the difference between kind of active passivity on one end and apparent competence on the other one. So active passivity is kind of like apparent incompetence, right? But they're not incompetent, right? What it is they're actively being as passive as they can in order to force other people to take care of things for them. And as you can imagine, just like people with addictions, right, substance abuse issues, the people in their lives get really tired of it and go, oh, all right, this is your stuff. And then on the other end of that spectrum, right, is apparent competence, right, where and I remember I had a session with a client, and she was a client that was had some really extreme symptoms and issues that we worked through over the course of time. And one of the main things she struggled with was apparent competence, and just giving her the language around that was so empowering, because she was like, why does everybody, she would also get super frustrated by really change-oriented counselors, but she would need that kind of pushing and driving, but she'd get really frustrated because she's like, they assumed that I could do all of this stuff, but I can't. But she's also one that, like, as far as, knowing the verbiage and talking the talk, like, she knows all the verbiage, she knows the language, she could give this presentation on borderline personality disorder, but in terms of manage her own emotions, nope. Right. And so she seemed really competent because she was very articulate and was very knowledgeable and had a huge vocabulary, especially in regard to her issues, because she'd been spending so much time working to understand them and to talk about them, and with multiple therapists and et cetera. And so she was struggling with apparent competence. People would assume she was competent because she sounded like she was. But just because you know something doesn't mean you know how to apply it. One of the ways that I think about that is like thinking about, that many of us know about nutrition and the food pyramid and the importance of diet and exercise, yet how well do we do with applying that knowledge, right, to our own health or weight challenges as we see them, right? So it's that same sort of thing. We know all kinds of stuff, right? That's not the same thing as knowing how to apply what we know. So another one is the unrelenting crisis versus the inhibited grieving. This is one that I referred to earlier. I just didn't give it a name, but this is what that one's called. The unrelenting crisis is the people who are the more expressive in terms of the relationship issues and the moodiness and things like that. And the uninhibited, what I refer to as uninhibited, right, versus inhibited, and they're more grieving, and it's more self-focused shame and self-hatred. So unrelenting crisis versus inhibited grieving. And there's a really, I think it's fascinating for me to watch YouTube videos with Dr. Lanhan, because she's got this really interesting, really very dry way of communicating. And there's this little video that she gives that talks about like crisis and what a crisis is and distress tolerance skills. And, and she says, crisis by its very definition is a short-term event. And if you feel like your life, and I can't do it the way she does it to give it justice, but she says, if you feel like your life is just crisis after crisis after crisis after crisis, that's not a crisis. That's your life. And the importance of her making that distinction was to help clients and clinicians alike see that, you're not going to apply Band-Aids or short-term solutions to your life. You would only apply those to a crisis. So when you look at crisis after crisis after crisis after crisis, you've got to look at some long-term solutions. And there's really only two, and those are problem solving and processing, which we'll come to that. We'll come back to that. So again, back to the main dialectic, which is validation and change. And again, validation, that letting someone else know that their feelings are real. And the way I think about it is RIU, R-I-U. I told you I liked acronyms, and it's not alliteration, but it is an acronym that's helpful. RIU, which stands for, validation is helping someone understand that their feelings, we're validating yourself. My feelings are real, important, and understandable. R-I-U, real, important, understandable. And if you don't understand somebody else's feelings, let me be clear, you cannot validate them. If you don't understand why they feel the way they do, then you can't validate them. And then your first mission is to work to understand. And that will be validation. That will be validating enough until you can get to the point where you do understand. And then you can say that you do understand. So, again, all these dialectics, right, swinging back and forth, one side to the other, one side of the spectrum, pendulum, back and forth, ultimately we want to achieve balance. We just want balance. And And although, it'd be nice to have it like this, oftentimes it can really feel like this. And that can be really discouraging, especially if we don't know other ways to achieve that balance or to find those skills or to get the help that we need. Especially when the professionals keep telling us they can't help us or don't know how to. So in terms of finding that balance in sort of the Eastern practice and also in DBT, a lot of which is not just mindfulness, but a lot of which is taken from some more Eastern traditions. There's this theory, the idea of the middle path, right? That space in between, and often what we're referring to most, especially with mindfulness, but also just with clients like with borderline personality disorder in general, we're referring to the wise mind, which is that space in the middle between our reasonable, logical, rational brain and our emotional mind. And finding that wise mind, there's a set of mindfulness skills. In fact, the way that we teach it with DBT is that there are 7 mindfulness skills, and we go through. And when I teach the skills training class, I teach one mindfulness skill a week, and then kind of 1 week to talk about it for a total of 2 months, one class a week. And so that wise mind, a lot of times it's about, just first of all, figuring out like what part of your mind are you in? And then kind of moving back towards the middle, right? So, or noticing kind of what part of your mind do you have a tendency to be in most often, and kind of moving back towards either getting more in touch with your emotions or getting more in touch with your brain, and kind of calming or soothing yourself in order to be able to bring your brain back online after having your amygdala just take over, right? Your limbic system shut down access to your prefrontal cortex and your hippocampus and all that fun stuff. So, and ultimately in terms of helping people with that dialectic and helping people move into a place where they're in their wise mind. In fact, I had a client just recently. We talked about this, about how they felt like their mind was just this constant whirling of like analyzing and self-doubt and information and in and out and questions and answers. And it was just all over the place, except for the day of therapy, from when they woke up in the morning until like they went to sleep at night. And like the whole day of therapy, they described their brain as like just giving off white noise, and just, sort of going into this self-protective mode and like just shut down self-protection, like nothing to see here. Anyway, so starting with that validation, letting someone know how they feel is real. It's important. It's understandable. Real. So, because validation is so important, and in terms of that whole balancing validation and change, it is really important that you start with validation. Remember that if you look at kind of the creation and the development, the biosocial theory behind how this behind how borderline personality disorder develops, it develops through chronic invalidation, right? So first and foremost, it's going to be important in terms of working with anybody in this population to understand thoroughly the role of validation and how to invalidate and how to spot invalidation, even if you're the one being invalidating. So validation, it's communicates acceptance, helps the person know that they're on the right track. It helps them to regulate emotions. It helps build identity, relationships, builds understanding, effective communication, a way of understanding another person's point of view, shows the other person they're important, and helps us to persevere. So its role is critical and does so many things. And if you care, if you care about someone that is just really emotionally sensitive, then validation is one of the most important and effective skills that you can learn. And if you are an emotionally sensitive person, then learning to validate yourself will help you manage your emotions effectively. Either way, validation is key. So there are 6 levels of validations and kind of 2 rules. So the 2 rules are to, number 1, don't validate the invalid, right? Or don't say you understand something that you don't, right? So not as to be confused with something that actually being invalid, right? Because that's another thing that I'll mention. But to don't say you understand, or don't indicate understanding unless you do understand. And rule number 2, validate at the highest level possible. Otherwise, it's invalidating. So, and in terms of something being invalidating, like I would say, is from my personal perspective, I would say that in regard to feelings, all feelings that someone is having are valid. Now, they might not understand why they feel that way. You might not understand why they feel that way, but that doesn't mean that their feelings are invalid. It just means you can't validate it because you don't understand it. So 6 levels of validation, and I'll kind of go through this quickly. And yeah, we can always stop, and I guess we'll try and take some more frequent breaks, and yeah, so if we need to come back to this, we can. But there's so much information out there about validation. There's worksheets and handouts and things that you can get on learning about validation. And but there are 6 levels of validation. So at the bottom, the lowest level of validation is really just number 1, smile and nod. So when you're sort of like, you don't really know what to say, but like you're listening and like you think you understand, you can kind of go, okay, well, I'm hearing you. I'm not really sure exactly what you're expressing just now, but I do hear you expressing something. Like, okay. Reflect is when you reflect back to them when they're like, I'm pissed. And you're like, okay, I hear you. You're pissed. Right? They said something and you reflect it right back to them. There's no interpretation. Like you just are reflecting it back. They told you that they're mad. You go, okay, I hear you. You're mad. Summarizing is when they are expressing and you are interpreting. It's more of an interpretive thing where, they're screaming and throwing things, and it's like, okay, it looks like you're angry right now. It looks like you're upset or angry. To say like, because maybe they haven't said exactly what emotion that they're feeling, but it seems clear, or they're weeping and sobbing uncontrollably. Like, okay, it looks like you're really, really sad or upset about something. Although I would, be mindful of using the word upset, because what does this actually mean? Is it sadness? Is it anger? How are you using it? I think that's one of those nebulous words, like the word weird. Typically, it doesn't take my clients long, any client working with me, to begin to watch their own language and words that they use, because if it's unclear to me, I will ask. And if they don't like being asked, which typically people don't, they don't like having words that they've used pointed out at them or questioned. But if I don't understand, right, I go, okay, weird, what does that mean? Could mean anything, right? So we clarify. That's what we're doing. We're clarifying. It seems like this, right? Is that true? Upset's one of those. Like, what is it? What does it mean to you? It's a judgmental word. What is it, meaning that it could be open for interpretation? So let's not leave it open to interpretation. What does it mean? And then by history, saying, well, based on this person's history, which means that you have to know the person in order to validate them in this way. Somebody for whom, they wanted to sell their house and move because somebody with a little dog moved in on the block. You might have a hard time really understanding that. But when you find out that, they've had multiple traumas resulting in reconstructive surgery of their face before they were 5 from being bitten by dogs, it makes a little more sense. And you go, well, yeah. Based on your history, it makes sense that you would have that reaction, that you would have that intense fear. And then normalizing it, it makes, to say, it makes sense. Most people would feel that way, right? So you're normalizing it and then saying, it makes sense because most people would understand that, right? So, and that's a good way to demonstrate the difference between kind of how validating, if you don't validate at the highest level possible, it can be invalidating. Because if somebody is saying that they they just 2 days ago lost their very best friend in the whole world very suddenly, and they're distraught, and your response is along the lines of, well, based on your history, based on, that you've lost friends in the past, that it would make sense that you would have that reaction. How about it would make sense if anybody had that happen, that anybody would be like, that would be upsetting if that happened to anyone, right? And so that's an example of like, well, validated by history, yeah, but you're not validating at the highest level possible, so it's invalidating, if that makes sense. Hopefully that helps. And then radical genuineness is essentially saying, I understand, right? Because I've had that experience, or I've had a similar experience, or I understand what loss feels like, or right. So radical and genuineness, or that's how I would feel if that happened to me, right? So like kind of like I get it. So 6 levels of validation, incredibly important. And emotional invalidation occurs when a person's thoughts or feelings are rejected, ignored, or judged. Yeah. So invalidation is, I'm going to go back just a minute to judging, because I mentioned it earlier and I thought, well, I'll come back to talking about judging. And we will, but that's twice now that I've sort of been like, oh, wait. And so just to make sure that we talk about it, judgment is something that is so misunderstood, I think. And, a lot of times people will think about, making negative judgments. And so, but if they say, that movie was awesome, they don't recognize that that's also being judgmental, right? That it has to do with making a judgment, and that the judgment could be good, which is a judgment, right? Or bad, also a judgment, right? But meaning positive or negative, right? And so, but the key thing to remember, that with judgment, the way I remember it, the way it makes sense to me, the way that helps me to think about it, is that judgment is essentially a shortcut in language. right? So if I say that the movie was awesome, right? Well, you know, if you were to press me about it and say, well, what was so awesome about it? Right. Well, I have a degree in theater, so I might be like, well, the directing was phenomenal, right? The way that it, you know, was kind of followed the narrative of the detective, and the time in each scene kind of was longer and then got shorter as it flipped back and forth as the detective got closer and closer to catching them until they were superimposed on top when they were right on, you know, or like the period costumes were phenomenal and the sets were just amazing. You know, whereas if those aren't things that are interesting to you, you're probably not going to think that my movie that I really thought was awesome is really awesome at all, right? If you're like, no, I really like, you know, action movies and, you know, like Fast and Furious and like costumes, who cares, right? So, you know, again, just because it's a positive judgment doesn't mean that it is not a judgment. It still is one. You know, it's a short and cut in language. So rather than describe what's so awesome about this movie, I just kind of shortened it. So it's a judgment is a shortcut in language. Now the problem with being judgmental is sort of twofold. Number one, that we normally make judgments. We normally look for shortcuts in language as just a way of easing communication, especially these days. I was just thinking the other day, watching one of my period dramas that I was enjoying so much, just thinking about like, you know, gosh, they use a lot of words and I love that. I love that. They're so clear and concise and succinct with their language. I just love it. You know, and these days it's, you know, more like an emoji and you're supposed to figure out like 2 paragraphs of text from your 13-year-old what that's supposed to mean. But so it's a shortcut in language. And so the number one issue is that we naturally make judgments or shortcuts in language as our brains are pattern making machines and we're constantly making comparisons, right? We cannot stop our brains. Like they're designed to find patterns and make comparisons, right? And it's also problematic because it can just, we have so many difficulties in terms of communication as it is, that when you use a lot of judgmental language, it just really gets in the way. And then relationships that were challenging before become almost impossible to navigate through all of the judgmental language and the just judgmentalness, right? Shortcuts in language. So it's a shortcut in language. So, you know, right, instead of saying it's a bad banana, to say, well, you know, it was too underripe and too firm and there was no brown spots at all and maybe a little bit of green. You know, so you're saying it's bad. Well, those are my favorite kind of bananas, right? So it's not a bad banana to me. That one sounds perfect, right? But, you know, so again, miscommunication from judgment or shortcuts in language, which, by the way, the antidote, in case you're curious, the antidote to being judgmental, you know, if you think about judgment in terms of like a judge and hearing all the evidence and then kind of closing the case file and being like, case closed, here's my judgment. You know, the antidote is to keep the file open and to go, okay, before I make a determination about how I feel one way or the other about this, what am I missing? Right. And the way I see it, you're always missing something. There's always more information out there. Now, that doesn't mean you have to always keep the case file open, right? Sometimes it's useful to just go ahead and go, okay, you know, as far as, you know, from all the information I've gathered so far, I'm going to close the case for now, you know, but of course, just like with a real court, if there's any new information, then you open the case. But otherwise, until then, you leave it closed unless there's any new information. So emotional invalidation, when a person's thoughts, feelings are rejected or ignored or judged and otherwise just invalidated, in general, invalidated. So invalidation can be verbal. For example, misinterpreting what it means to be close to somebody, misunderstanding what it means to validate them. You know, sometimes people, you know, they think they're trying to help and they think validation means helping. And so I think I'm trying to help, you know, I know you're feeling badly, you know, cheer up, it's going to get better, right? And we think we're helping, not realizing that that's really invalidating, right? How do you know? Like, you know, you don't even know how I'm feeling. How can you tell me that it's going to get better? You didn't even stop to understand what I'm feeling in the first place. Like, don't tell me how I'm going to be feeling eventually. So wanting to fix your feelings, not wanting to hurt your feelings, wanting the best for you, right? And, you know, which can be challenging, you know, especially as a parent. You guys know that I'm a parent, and, you know, we do want the best for our children. I would hope I do. It can be, that can come across as really invalidating in terms of their feelings, how they feel about what we have decided for them, and their feelings about what they want, and etc. Trust me, did I tell you I have two 13-year-olds? Yeah. Okay. So other ways that we can invalidate somebody other than verbal, right? So just in general, things like blaming. Blaming is really invalidating. Hoovering, you know, that kind of like trying to like suck up all the bad, you know, like, I'm really scared. No, you're not. No, you're not. That's not scary. Yeah, that's not scary. You know, judging, like I said, which I just talked about, denying, right? Like, you know, no, you're not, or yeah, well, yeah, I guess no, you're not. Is pretty self-explanatory. Or minimizing, you know, and that's that whole, you know, one way that that can express itself is that whole like one-upmanship, where, you know, you tell somebody your problem, and they've got one worse. They've had a worse situation, or, you know, you tell somebody about a difficult client you're working with and they've had a worse one, right? Etc. So invalidation can also be nonverbal, right? Rolling of the eyes, drumming of the fingers, right? Could be just a facial expression, checking their watch, showing up, but only, you know, looking at their email or playing a game, working too much, shopping too much, or otherwise just not paying attention to your own feelings, thoughts, needs, and wants is a way that we invalidate ourselves. You know, the client that I told you that was talking about the white noise in the head, you know, we were talking about how they were planning to spend the rest of the day after the last therapy session, and their response was, oh, I have so much planned, just to ensure that I didn't have a moment free in order to think about what we talked about today. And I was like, yeah, so you know, they're in that place of really very apparent competence, right? So they were like, yeah, I know, I'm just distracting myself, and in the long run it's not helpful. Like, I know. I'm like, okay, as long as you're aware. I thought that was interesting, funny. So validate first, right? Only then can you suggest change, right? Are you going to take advice from somebody that doesn't understand how you feel or what you're going through? No, you're not. You're not. So why would we expect our clients to take, you know, information, suggestions from somebody who doesn't, or anything we have to say, from somebody, you know, ideas about change from somebody who doesn't really first understand how they feel. So, especially when they're working so hard to figure out how they feel. So there's the validation piece, right? And, you know, I talked about the dialectic, and And then here's the behavioral piece. That behavioral piece is the change piece, right? So with managing the dialectic, right, the main dialectic is the validation and change. Here's that change piece. So if you look at this, you'll see that a lot of the criteria for borderline personality disorder, the criteria are off to the left. Okay, so symptoms that they are struggling with, what are their problems? Mindless, emptiness, super judgmental, right? That, they're idealizing that person's perfect, they're perfect. And then they're horrible, they don't know anything, or just dissociated and out of touch. Excuse me. Interpersonal conflict, stress, loneliness, the absence of flexibility, right? That all or nothing thinking, difficulty with change, moody, extreme emotions, mood dependent behavior, difficulty regulating emotions, impulsive behaviors, acting without thinking, difficulty accepting reality, being willfulness and resistant and stubborn, or an addiction, right? So these are all these issues on the left-hand side. And basically what Dr. Linehan was doing was to say, like, okay, if these are the issues, or if this is the issue, then what's the goal, or what's the skill set that would help with that? So I'm mindful of the time, and that I keep fighting these hiccups. So if it's okay, let's go ahead and stop right here for a moment, in part so that you can kind of look at this chart, the behavioral aspects of DBT. And before we head into that part, and kind of think back about, maybe look at your notes on what we talked about in regard to validation, or Google some of the other worksheets or handouts you can find on validation, or teaching validation to yourself or with clients, if it's not something you deal with much. Looking at the symptoms on one side and the change skills and goals that are required on the right. So the behavioral aspects, the change aspects of DBT, so the behavioral portion. Of course, when you think about behavioral psychology, right, we'll press lever for food, what levers are being pressed, and what are the rewards, right? Everything we do for a reason. So what's keeping that behavior in place? So one of the main things that we do as a way of figuring that out is doing chain analysis. So when we're doing DBT, one of the main skills that we learn as practitioners of DBT is learning how to do a behavioral analysis, or what we call a chain analysis. So just really briefly, we're looking at, what are the vulnerability factors? What's the precipitating event, the kind of the thing that's, what was the domino that got tipped over first that kind of got it all moving? What are the links in the chain that kind of led to the problematic behavior? And those links in the chain I refer to as tubes. That's my acronym for kind of the different things that can make up the links in the chain, which I'll show you in a minute. And then, of course, what's the problem behavior? Meaning, what is it that they're doing? Is it the self-harming? Is it the suicidal ideation, or the gestures? Is it the, coming into the office and tipping over every chair and ripping down, posters off the walls? What's the problematic behavior? And then what are the consequences? Meaning, what happens immediately, directly after the problematic behavior? Because what we're looking for with that is we're looking for the reward. What's in it for them? People don't continue to engage in behavior that's not beneficial for them in some way. And while it may be, you may be quick to say, well, there's no benefit, they're not getting anything out of it. Well, if it's behavior that's repeated, then they are, even if it's not something that we would think would be beneficial. there is some benefit. Otherwise, the behavior wouldn't continue. And that's essentially the function of the behavior. That's the function that it serves, right? In fact, there's a really funny, it was funny to me because I'm super nerdy, but a funny DBT meme that was, like one of those sort of like cartoony drawings with, a woman talking where she's like, it's all fun and games till someone figures out the function of your behavior. Anyway, I thought it was funny. DBT humor. So, essentially we're working on prioritizing the chaos and helping our clients prioritize the chaos that is their own mind. Because while there may be times where it's more like static white noise, like my client was talking about, more often than not, it looks like this and they can't make heads or tails of it. So here, this is just an example of when I was doing a chain analysis in a session, and I changed a lot of the parts of it, to hide pertinent information. And this was over a decade ago, but so when I'm doing a chain, some people do it very, like lines on paper and just so mine's very organic in terms of like, I just kind of usually draw a swoop on the paper to start off with and go, okay, if this is my line in terms of time, my dominoes falling down, let's pick a point and kind of work backwards, then work up and then figure out, so a little bit messy, but that, it doesn't need to be neat, right? It serves a function, it serves a purpose, right? And we're looking for, not only in terms of the behavior that led up to the problem behavior, but, anywhere along the way where we could change something, right? So we're tracking, you can see the behaviors, the thoughts, emotions, urges, right? The tubes, thoughts, urges, behaviors, emotions, sensations, or events. We're looking at, these are all the links in the chain. And so these can change. The emotions can kind of go up or down. They may have an urge, and so when we're looking at whether it's an emotion, can we do some self-soothing? If it's an urge, can we do some urge surfing? And so one of the things that we look at with these patterns and habits, and we're doing a behavioral analysis, we don't ever do a behavioral analysis without doing also a solution analysis. So kind of just giving you a little more look into kind of those links in the chain. What are we tracking? What are those dominoes that kind of fall over, between the prompting event, right? And then the problem behavior. And usually we're looking at a span of, maybe 5 minutes, maybe 10, 15, probably not more than 20. So we're looking at a small amount of time, and we want to think about it like, how if you're rather than fast forwarding, if you don't want to miss a part, or you're trying to catch a part in a movie, really, really just a frame, right? That you may pause it and then kind of fast forward just like one frame at a time. That's the way I sort of think about doing a chain analysis. Like you want to pause it, and then you want to kind of rewind back to what looks like the prompting event, and you want to just move it just ever so slightly forward, just one frame at a time, right? And you want to make sure that you get all of the little nuances of any thoughts, urges, behaviors, or events, emotions, or sensations anywhere in there, so that if they're like, well, they said that I couldn't have the purple pen, okay, so then what happened? Well, then I just knocked over the coffee table. Like, whoa, wait a minute. whoa, we're missing something. But that's how it can often feel for them, is like that it just goes from like 0 to 100. In fact, I was talking about that the other day, and before I even said it, my client sort of mentioned the Autobahn, was started talking about the Autobahn. It's like, neurologically, right? Those neurons that wire together, fire together, and that, they can be in such a pattern. The thought pattern can be so ingrained that it can, for them, be really, once they have a negative line of thinking that they engage in frequently enough, and it goes to suicide often enough, right, that it can be like, I stubbed my toe, I should just kill myself, right? And the rest of us are like, whoa, how did you get there, right? But for them, it's like they just hopped on the Autobahn, and that's where it goes, right? Something happened, never mind, this is the end. And so helping kind of slow things down on the Autobahn, helping them go off-roading and really plan a new highway, one of positive thinking, can be difficult, especially when they're not even sure that they've gotten on the Autobahn until they're already cruising, 150 miles an hour towards a brick wall, right? So just the behavioral chain analysis. And again, this is looking at, okay, well, what behaviors do we want to change, right? Well, that behavior that is problematic, that we don't like, that we either want to decrease or we want to stop altogether, that's when we do a chain analysis. Behavior that we want to increase is separate, by the way. I don't know how many of you are familiar with chain analysis or if you've done much behavioral analysis, but behavior you want to increase is different, right? For that, you would use a missing link analysis. This specifically is referring to behavior that clients want to decrease or change, or just stop, decrease or stop. So anyway, you're looking at kind of the five major areas, and then the links in the chain or the tubes. So in my mind, those links in the chain are more like spaghetti, like hollow, or not spaghetti, macaroni, like putting two macaroni together. I think my daughter would eat that every day if she could, macaroni and cheese. So here's an example of, the actual worksheet for a real chain analysis for DBT. But as you notice, the mine is not that pretty. But when I'm in session with a client and I'm working through the chain analysis with them, right? Because I can do it in my head. I don't need to do that on paper, right? I can think through and go, okay, what are the what possibly happened? What are some possible solutions? But the goal, they can't keep me in their pocket all the time, right? Like, it's about showing them and walking them through the chain analysis and helping them see. In fact, just recently talking with a client about, the frustration with me asking questions about words and being forced to put things into words, and while simultaneously understanding that I'm doing it not for my benefit really, but for theirs, so that they can put words to things and therefore have more control and more power over their own mind. That they simultaneously understood it, the importance of it, and hated it. Again, the dialectic. I understand and I hate it. So chain analysis and then solution. Notice you don't do a chain analysis without looking at a solution analysis to go, okay, so if I have the thought that, I stubbed my toe and therefore I'm stupid, okay, well, I could challenge that thinking, right? I could, if it's a thought where I used really extreme, like, everyone thinks I'm stupid, now I've got some extreme language, I've got some judgment, right? I can challenge those things. So that would be part of the solution analysis. So you don't do a chain without doing a solution. The missing link analysis, like I said, is when you want to understand missing affective behavior. But overall, right? We want to validate and move to change, validate and move to change. And, like I said, the people who have, who develop borderline personality disorder are extremely emotionally sensitive. And typically they're of above average intelligence, typically. I think the key with DBT, right, is that there are multiple assumptions, and anybody that starts the skills training class can talk about those assumptions. But primarily, one of the main assumptions for DBT is to say, you know what, we're going to just assume, to start off with, that everyone is doing their best. And then, as of course is a typical dialectic, because it is DBT, they're doing their best and they can do better. Right? So, and that can be a dialectic that really trips a lot of clients up, and therapists, people in general alike. This idea of, because the getting caught in the dialectic of, well, okay, let's say I assume I'm doing my best. Well, if I'm doing my best, doesn't that mean that I can't do better? Right? Or let's say that I say, okay, I know I can do better. Well, doesn't that mean that I wasn't doing my best before? So I was doing a bad job, because I know I can do better. So I must not have been doing my best before. Right? And as you can see, either which way it can be used against yourself. Unless you understand that they're not mutually exclusive, that the basis of DBT is this idea of, I'm doing my best, right? You're doing your best, and all the clients are doing their best. They're doing their best, right? And they can do better, right? I'm doing my best and I can do better, right? You're doing your best and you can do better. Right? That everyone, we're doing our best. Now, my children are all doing their best, and they can do better. Now, they might not be doing their best and focusing on doing better in an area that I want them to focus on, right? But they are doing their best, with what they want to focus on, with where they're at, with how they're feeling, with how much sleep they've had, with how much food they've had. Yesterday, my 10-year-old, she had just turned 11, my 11-year-old was in tears. And I'm like, what is going on? Right? And she was hungry. She was starving, and she just could not control her emotions. She just was starving. And I gave her a banana and a glass of milk. She almost inhaled a banana. Twice I had to say, breathe. She was like, oh, I'm so hungry, right? After school, so hungry. So with how much experience we've had, how much work we've done, and whatever, we're doing our best. And we can do better when we learn more, when we have more practice, when we've had more sleep, when we eat a banana and drink some milk. We can do better, right? So, and part of DBT, like I said, it's important to understand that it is a program, and that part of the program, it really relies on commitment. And not just of the commitment of the client, right? Because the client, in DBT, we ask the client to commit to at least a year. And that goes back to the research, which, remember, I said that once they've been diagnosed with borderline personality disorder, and if they've been diagnosed with borderline personality disorder, then dialectical behavior therapy is hands down the treatment that is going to be the most effective for them, because, as I said, treatment as usual makes them more symptomatic and worse. So we want to get them into DBT as soon as possible. And then once we do that, right, then it still requires that they commit to at least a year, because in order for them to have a reduction in symptoms to the point where they no longer meet the diagnosis, on average, according to the research, on average, that takes about 1 year, 1.3 years, right? So about 1 year and 4 months on average. on average. So we ask them to at least commit to 1 year, because by that point, right, they've only got 4 months left to go in terms of the average. And by that point, the improvement that they see with DBT will be its own reward, and they will motivate themselves to continue because it's helping and they feel relieved. But, just like with other therapy, the beginning can be tough and rocky, and we can be entrenched in our own patterns, and we can be, struggling with the negative stuff that comes up and not having the skills to deal, and, all that kind of stuff. And it happens, to extreme amounts in regard to people who have borderline personality disorder. But not only must the client commit to a year, but the therapist must also commit, right? So if I'm asking a client to commit to working DBT for a year, again, remember, number one, see your virtual raising your hands, or at least in your mind, right? What's the number one issue in terms of the criteria that they struggle with? Fear of abandonment, right? So how easy do you think that they are going to take it if they commit to doing DBT for a year, only to lose the therapist that they're working with, that they've made strides with, that they've made a connection with? It's hard. It's not that they can't continue, but that's a blow. That's difficult. So the therapist must commit in terms of, working with them for a year, in as much as they can. And then, LME, MCO, whoever's paying, especially for what typically, maybe the insurance company, to what typically amounts to additional charges or fees for getting dialectical behavior therapy. Okay, well, we want to look at what do we want to accomplish, right? What function do we want the aspects of this treatment to perform? So we want to make sure that the treatment for people with BPD can enhance their capabilities, because they don't have the skills that they need. They developed these dysfunctional coping skills in order to deal with the environment in which they were in, and dealing with their own emotional sensitivities. We want to help, improve any motivational factors. Helping them find the motivation, especially intrinsically, to motivate themselves, to keep working and to keep improving and to work at it, because it's doesn't happen overnight and doesn't happen by magic. We want to assure generalization to the natural environment, so a lot of times, you could even be doing a role play with a client in your office, and they can say all the things that would be helpful to say, and they could do the role play with you, and piece of cake, they do great. And you go, okay, all right, great, go for it. And then they come back and, week after week, they haven't done it. They didn't have the conversation. They didn't confront the situation. They didn't, because it's, they're able to accomplish it. They've got that apparent competence. They're able to do it inside your office where it's nice and safe, right? Safe and easy and warm, and you're nice and won't yell at them if they do it wrong. But then it's like the moment they go back out into their natural environment, to their work or home or wherever, the situations that kind of add on to their difficulty coping in the first place, or potentially created the difficulty coping in the first place, then it's like all that just flies out the window. And then we're like, what? Why aren't they doing their homework? So potentially structuring in the environment, especially if you think about working with teenagers with borderline personality disorder. And then another function of the treatment has to do with really enhancing therapist capabilities and motivation, because not only can it be a really, really difficult population to work with, but also that difficulty can really be overwhelming and impede personal motivation on the part of the therapist at times, right? And then that interferes in terms of working with the client and etc. So how can we make sure that the therapist is capable, that knows what they're doing, knows how to handle certain situations, and is able to, keep up their own motivation? So here's how. So again, going back to the idea of DBT as a program. DBT is not something that you just, after the end of today, like you can just go forth and use DBT. Nope. Right. If you recall, I did 2 years of training, and that's not even the highest level of training with DBT. Their base level of training, just the basic level of training for behavioral tech. I keep looking over here because I'm staring right at my certificate. But there is just is a week long, and that's just for the most basic, just informational from behavioral tech on what DBT is. Is a week long for them. That's not even the level of getting a behavioral tech certification, which is very lengthy and extensive. So DBT is a program, and it consists of these modes, right? So here, and it accomplishes these functions. So there are 5 modes, five aspects to a DBT program, because DBT is a program. One is the skills training class, and that's where we enhance the capabilities of the clients, right? They take the skills training class, and that's where they do the handouts and the worksheets and that spiral bound notebook, right? They also have, and that's typically 1.5 to 2 hours every week, skills training class, right? To enhance their capabilities, and it's more like a class. There's homework, etc. And then there's individual therapy. So there's an hour a week of individual therapy. And that's where you do the chain analysis, and you take a look at like what keeps their behavior in place, and what's motivating them to do what they do, and what can we do to adjust that. And then assuring generalization to the natural environment. Well, for that, we use, in the DBT program, we use telephone consultation to the clinician, right? So that the client can go back out into their life, and if they run into issues, and we'll talk about those in a minute, if they run into issues, then they can call their therapist, right? Which is something that I still make available to my clients, even though I'm not leading a DBT program currently, like I was for many years. But I think just a holdover because I'm a DBT therapist, if that makes sense. And I know that a lot of clinicians have difficulty with that. We can talk about it. And then there's structuring the environment. So that's when, potentially client meetings with the team leader, or, potentially bringing some family members into individual therapy, or, what can we do to kind of structure the environment so that it's more beneficial and supportive of these changes that the client is making. And then how do we enhance the therapist's capabilities and motivations to treat people with BPD effectively? For that, the DBT clinician goes to what is essentially monthly or more DBT consultation team meetings. So I know that when we first put our DBT team together, and when we were going through the program, we had a consultation team meeting every week. not just monthly. And then it eventually got to the place where we just did consultation team meetings monthly. So those are the functions, those are the modes. So those are the 5 aspects of the DBT program, because it is a program. And notice that the 1 hour a week individual therapy is not DBT. It's only 1/5, right? Actually 1/6 if you consider, if you include ancillary treatments, right? Like medication management, things like that. So it's only 1/5 of DBT, the individual therapy piece, right? 1.5 to 2 hours of class a week, 1 hour of therapy, telephone consultation, other possible meetings, and then the therapist meetings. And yeah, I know, I'm sure I have repeated myself and will continue to repeat myself. DBT is a program. So repetition is the key to learning. All right, so if we look at, enhancing the capabilities. To enhance capabilities, we're going to have clients engage in the skills training class. So this is where we're specifically going through and teaching. There's 5 modules of the skills training class. And that's just the general basic one to get you started. And then it's, as you can see on the right, mindfulness, emotional regulation, distress tolerance, and interpersonal effectiveness. So yeah, mindfulness, general, mindfulness, interpersonal, emotional regulation, distress tolerance. So here we can see, so this is kind of how I have mine structured or did have mine structured. So about 6 to 8 weeks, and there's different schedules that you can use, but again, you want to, about 6 to 8 weeks per module times 5 modules. That gets you about, for each module, so whether it's the general one or discussing mindfulness, you're going to be in each one for about 2 months, once a week for 2 months. And then that's going to get you, for in about 1.3 years, that means that you'll have an opportunity to go through all of the modules twice. And that is what they recommend, that you go through all of the modules twice. And one of the things that I noticed when I was going through the program myself, when I first started learning and going through the skills training, was that the first time was really overwhelming. I mean, I was new to counseling, I was new to DBT, so I was like, wow, all this is super new to me. And it was only the second time through that I felt like I was sort of playing mental Tetris, right? Like just kind of going like, oh, this fits over here, and this one matches with that. And like, it just seemed like it all kind of like clicked, and I kind of knew where to put stuff, and I could see how they connected. So these are the modules. Oh, and you can see too that the general module has in it where we cover dialectics and validation and change or behavioral analysis, you know, like we did briefly today, and also problem solving. And that's the one I'm going to cover now. So, and we kind of touched on this earlier. I alluded to it, but I didn't go into it too deeply. But in terms of DBT, basically they say there's 4 ways to deal with any problem. There's only 4 ways that you can deal with any problem. Number 4, sort of top 10, right? But top 4. 4, suffer. You know, sometimes that's all you can do. It's just suffer. 3, tolerate. So, you know, it's a step up from suffering, but not much. Typically, if that's all you're doing is just tolerating, then you will bounce back down to suffer. And when people are using short-term interventions, right? I'm hesitant to use the word solution because they're not, right? But when people are using short-term interventions, then this is what they find. They find that they just fluctuate back and forth between tolerate and suffer, tolerate and suffer, tolerate and suffer. And that's because they're dealing with crisis after crisis after crisis after crisis. They're just tolerating and suffering, which is what a lot of these clients are doing. And they're not actually doing any solving of anything. So those are short-term interventions, right? And the only two ways to actually solve the problems include processing and problem solving. Like I said, short-term crisis survival, suffer, tolerate, and the only solutions that are long-term actual solutions would be processing and problem solving. And by the way, I have to go back through that again. Where'd it go? By the way, the way that I differentiate processing and problem solving, which I find useful, is to think about it as processing is where I'm making internal changes, right? That's like reframing, things like that. And processing, I'm making internal changes. And problem solving is where I'm making external changes, and again, our clients might be super great at processing, right? They're processing masters. They can process, they can reframe, they can, and it's often in terms of like actually problem solving, which involves relationships with other people and conversations and potential conflict with other people. That's where, they either are avoiding it or their attempts at it are so garishly dysfunctional as to become more problematic, and essentially they make the problem worse as opposed to better by working to solve it by interacting with other people. Okay, so again, DBT is a program. There are these 5 modes to match these functions, and we looked at skills training class, and it's to enhance the capabilities. So next is about using the individual therapy to enhance motivation, right? And this is, going back to looking at behavioral psychology and looking at just behavioral therapy in general, right? Looking at rewards and reinforcements versus punishments, intrinsic versus intermittent rewards or reinforcements, and any potential interference with therapy. By the way, if this is a topic that you'd like to kind of read more about or learn more about, I would highly recommend, if you've never read it, the book Don't Shoot the Dog by Karen Pryor. Not to be confused with any dog training manual, but it's a really great older book on behavioral therapy. So really well written and a really good reference. I would recommend, not just listening to it on Audible or, on some sort of audio book, but instead like buy the book. You could probably get it for $3.99 with $1 or a penny shipping and handling. So $4 book because it's older. I would highly recommend it to have it as a reference. Okay, so looking at intrinsic rewards, intermittent reinforcement, just the basic, what keeps the behavior in place? What's the function of the behavior? As far as intermittent reinforcement, something to keep in mind there is that intermittent reinforcement is the strongest kind of reinforcement that there is. And so a lot of times when people think that they're being so good, right, because they didn't give in, the kid's pitching a tantrum, they want, candy at the grocery store at checkout or whatever. And the mom's like, I was so good. I didn't give in all week, just once. I did a really good job. It's like, the reality is now you've actually probably reinforced that tantrum throwing behavior at the highest level possible, because it has to do with intermittent reinforcement. It's like, for whatever reason, it's like crack to your brain, and it's the whole premise behind the slot machines and gambling, this idea of like, nope, 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 no, 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 and then eureka, okay, I got it. And then you go, how did I do that? Was I standing on one foot? Was I chewing gum? And you're going to work to do whatever you can to recreate that. And the same is true with the kid pitching a fit to get candy in the grocery store. So yeah, so just learning those kinds of things about whether we're looking at how to reinforce or reward our own behavior to motivate ourselves to do things, right, in terms of our clients, and to help them learn to motivate themselves, or whether just learning about motivation in general, if they're working on, if they're struggling with relationships, and how to motivate their teenagers, for example, etc. So with individual, part of what we do in individual therapy in DBT is that they come to the individual therapy session with a diary card. So they've been tracking all week there, and I don't think you can see it on here because it's not the greatest picture, but they're tracking their emotions all week on a scale of 0 to 5. They're tracking, did they take their meds? They're tracking, did they engage in the behavior that they're wanting to decrease or stop? They're tracking all kinds of things that are pertinent. And the diary cards are such that, if there's something that doesn't pertain to them, like let's say that they don't take medication. Okay, well, then you don't need to use that column for that. You could use that column to track something else that is important or is pertinent. And then on the back, that's the second card, to the right a little bit offset. That's the list of skills that we kind of go through with the skills training class. Those are some of the basic ones. And then there to circle kind of if they used that particular skill on what day of the week, right? Because the importance is really practicing their skills, and not just in a crisis situation when they need it. Because if they wait till a crisis situation when they need it to practice it, it's not going to be there, right? Just like with everything else, repetition is the key, and it's about practicing these skills, even when we're not in crisis, so that when we are, the skills are there. And then the diary card, that's, like I said, they fill out the diary card during the week, or 5 minutes right before therapy starts, either way. And then that way you have that as a therapist, you have that to look at. And then I can look at my client's week at a glance, and look at, like, just really briefly. The one I use now is a little bit different than this one, where it has like the left portion where it has where you chart the emotions on a scale of 0 to 5, and then on the bottom there's the days of the week, and then 2 or 3 lines per day of the week to put down just a few sentences about that day, so that I could really briefly look at it and go, whoa, there's a bunch of 5s on Wednesday. Like, what happened on Wednesday? And I can look down and go, oh, okay, now I see what happened Wednesday. And like, okay, this is probably where I want to start. And there is a part on that to the right at the top part that talks about skills, and they can put their skill use and rate it and etc. And if they don't do it, a fun little part of that is then you spend whatever part of the therapy hour doing the diary card and sitting there and either letting them fill it out or helping them fill it out, or, I mean, in terms of like helping them recall what to write down so that they can fill it out. They do not want to, speaking about motivation, to do the diary card before they get to therapy. They do not want to spend their hour for therapy filling out a diary card. it is motivation in and of itself to get the diary card before they come to therapy, even if only 5 minutes before. And if they don't fill it out, right, then you can do, and let's say that they don't want to fill it out. Okay, well, then you do a missing link analysis about why they didn't fill out their diary card. Like, what got in the way? Did you, right? I love DBT. So chain analysis, again, we kind of looked at that. When we're looking at behaviors, how do we know what behavior to target, right? Because the chain analysis is about looking at problematic behavior. Well, what's problematic behavior, right? Well, here's how we figure out what the target behaviors are, what behavior to target. And I love this about DBT as well. So in DBT, we have kind of 2 stages of target behaviors, or behavior to target. So in the first stage, we have life-threatening, therapy interfering, or quality of life interfering behaviors. This is the first stage, which means that regardless of what they want to talk about in therapy, that if they come in and they've engaged in suicidal attempt or a suicidal gesture or made a suicidal threat to you, anybody, or if they've engaged in any parasuicidal behavior, cutting, burning, or other behavior intended to cause self-harm, that's what you address. First and foremost, you address any life-threatening behavior first, right? And they're not going to want to talk about it. They're not going to want to talk about it, typically. Often there's a lot of shame involving, and so typically they're not wanting to talk about it, especially at first, early in the therapeutic process, right? But of course, if there's anything that could potentially be threatening to their lives, even if it's just parasuicidal behavior that they don't think is life-threatening, it doesn't matter, because just because they don't think it is doesn't mean it couldn't be. And so anything potentially life-threatening, that's addressed first, right? So when I'm looking over the diary card, that helps me to kind of pinpoint on, like, whoa, okay, we need to focus on that. And then they're like, no, we got to talk about this first. And then the stuff they want to talk about is the quality of life interfering stuff, just so you know. That's number 3. But before you get to that, so number 1, you prioritize life-threatening, and then number 2, you prioritize anything therapy interfering behavior. So that's if they didn't do their diary card, or that's if they they aren't really talking in therapy, they're just kind of looking at you, or it may be something that I'm doing as on the part of the therapist, that I could be doing, right? Like if we were having therapy today, I showed up late today, that's something I did to interfere with therapy, right? So it's not just what they're doing that is interfering with therapy, it's any therapy interfering behavior, right? Because if there's anything interfering with therapy, that's got to be addressed next, right? Otherwise, what's the point in trying to do therapy about anything, right? We got stuff interfering with the whole therapy. It's like, realizing you have communication issues, like I speak English and you speak French, and trying to have a conversation about anything. Like, I think we should clear up the communication issues first, right? Not showing up for therapy or group, not participating, etc. Anything therapy interfering, like I said, on the part of the client or the therapist. And then all the rest of that stuff is typically considered quality of life interfering behavior. And then stage 2 is more is typically considered more highly functional, more potentially quiet desperation, but a more emotional experiencing, things like that. And again, kind of the old cover. So, the function and then the modes, back to the telephone consultation. So, this is about how to a sure generalization to the natural environment, right, through telephone consultation. Again, this is one of those things where clinicians, especially with the prospect of having a case full of clients with borderline personality disorder, clients will balk at the very least at the idea of, you want me to give them access to me outside of the hour-long therapy? You want what? But it is really structured, and so and it's really personalized. So, but we want them to be able to take the skills that they're learning in class and therapy and apply it to their life. Otherwise, what's the point? They do have access to the therapist throughout the week, so that they can have more focused application, right? Practice, practice, practice. Oops, I think I went too far. Stop. Nope. Okay. But there are rules, right? So, and those rules, while there are some rules that go along with the telephone consultation itself as a practice, there are some rules that you can decide on for yourself as a clinician. What is, are there certain, hours, from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., or is it, but essentially just having, so that they have access to you outside of just that 1 hour a day to pick your brain, and that's all they get. So one of the rules, if you get the voicemail, like, just leave a message, as it says on the third thing, that, this is not for somebody who's in crisis, right? Because if you have a client in crisis, like, they need to go to the emergency room or call 911. Like, this is not for crisis situation, right? If they're in a crisis, then they need somebody else, right? That's not what telephone consultation is about, right? We don't provide telephone consultation to somebody in crisis, right? If they're in crisis, then they need the emergency room, they need to call 911. The telephone consultation is about finding ways, if and when possible, to avoid a crisis, right? It's when you feel like you're spinning up toward moving into a place of crisis and you're trying to desperately not to, right? That's when it's like, I wish I could talk to my therapist right now. I don't know what to do, and things are spinning out of control. But you leave a message, and then the clinician will get back to you, and there's a worksheet and protocols in terms of like what to leave on the message, which includes a brief description of the problem and a brief description of solutions they've already tried, right? So it's not like, here's a problem, I don't know what to do. Right? It's like, no, like, I have a problem, here's the way I'm defining the problem, and here's some solutions that I thought of and already tried, and it's not working, and now I don't know what to do. And in terms of using the telephone consultation, and then one difficulty can be that clients will call up and say they're calling for help, right, to avoid a crisis. And then what if they don't take any help that's provided? One of the things that is saying that one of the rules is that, like, if you're calling for the consultation in order to avoid a crisis, then you must be willing to take the help provided, right? Meaning that if the recommendation is that you call 911 or go to the emergency room, that's what you do. You don't go, no, sorry, I called, I'm just going to go back and have dinner. No. So, and that, that there are consequences for if they're misusing, and that's the 24-hour wait, is that there are consequences for misusing the consultation line, for example, a 24-hour wait time, so to say that you can't have access to your therapist for 24 hours as deterrent for misusing the consultation, things like that. So, but again, it's about consulting to them. So we're treating the client as capable, right? And wanting to learn, right? And that they have skills, they just need to practice. So it's about a consult to the client, right? I'm not going to fix it for them. I'm treating them as capable and wanting to learn. It's a consultation, telephone consultation. So another portion is looking at the environment and structuring the environment. And one of the things that I noticed while we were taking a break and having an opportunity to eat ourselves was that it looked like there was a comment made that I had kind of hit on something important, and that they were eager to get back to the training to kind of follow up on that. So I'm not exactly sure what it was that I said that struck such a nerve to inspire the comment. I'm assuming, feel free to correct me. Hopefully I can, I don't think I can, from this place, I can see the question. So hopefully somebody can let me know, or I can, when we take another break, I'll take in about an hour, I'll take a 5-minute break since we just have 2 hours left. I'll take a 5-minute break and I can kind of look at the questions then. And before I start into the very last segment, I can answer any questions, and then I can take a break at the very end from when I'm done with the PowerPoint I can leave some time at the end to answer questions too. So, but I'm assuming that it had to do with that we're really seeing the clients as capable, and that we're working to help them practice their skills, that we're not working to rescue them or do it for them. And that goes along with the notion and the importance within DBT of really not treating the client as fragile, but recognizing that they are capable, that they just don't have the skills necessary, or they may know the skills, they just haven't practiced them enough. It's sort of like tying your shoes. People say all kinds of things, that the certain things are hard. Hard is a judgmental word. What does that mean exactly? Well, anything can be hard if it seems more challenging to you than what you feel capable of in that moment, right? So at one point, tying your shoes was hard, right? Does that mean tying your shoes is hard? No, it just means it can seem hard or feel more challenging than what you feel capable of when nobody's ever told you how to tie your shoes and you don't have any practice, right? And that's the same way that our clients come at a lot of their just lack of knowledge or practice, is that it's like, well, it's hard. Well, is it really hard, right? In terms of like setting a boundary or working to enforce the boundary, is it really all that hard, or is it just something that you don't feel comfortable with because you feel like that you don't know how to do it exactly and you haven't really had a lot of practice, so it makes you uncomfortable, right? And how does that get easier? Right? Well, it gets easier in quotation marks because it's a judgment when we learn how to do it and we've practiced, and then it seems easy. It sort of reminds me of watching anybody do anything at the Olympics. It's like they make it look so easy. Ice skating, they make it look so easy, but could I do that? Not today, right? Not without a lot of work to make it look so easy. So anyway, the idea that in DBT we're we're not wanting to treat them as fragile. We're not wanting to see them as fragile. And that sometimes we can run into issues because we are inadvertently viewing our clients as fragile when they're not, right? So I don't, perhaps that was what was being referred to, I'm not sure. So, but so moving along from telephone consultation into kind of structuring the environment, how do we do that? Well, we help to kind of structure the environment for the client. Because remember, I said that, when they're in the therapy office, it's a safe, neutral, hopefully judgmental free zone, and that's encouraging and empowering. But when they go out back into their life, no, not so much probably. And so how can we help to make their environment one that is more supportive of the changes that they're working to make, especially when, the changes that the client is working to make really threaten the status quo that other people potentially are working so hard to keep in place, right? So, different, a group meeting potentially in terms of like family meeting, or, really kind of meeting with one person in particular, or with the client and one person to kind of help them work through maybe a difficulty in communication, or to mediate some problem. But it's, instead of, like pointing at the woman on the right, instead of blaming and pointing fingers, when somebody's done something wrong, which is a judgment, it's about helping the people in that person's world, right, in their everyday life, help those people see that it's going to be much more supportive and encouraging to do the whole catch them doing something good thing. It reminds me of when I was going through my undergraduate degree and working to become a secondary ed teacher, high school teacher, middle school, high school. One of the things they talked about was, just the idea of the importance of, that it's much more powerful to, instead of pointing out things like, Billy, stop goofing off back there, and hey, you put that phone away, or, that it's going to be much more beneficial and much more conducive to a positive, friendly, focused atmosphere to, catch them doing something well. Hey, thank you for paying attention. Hey, that was a really good question. Hey, I appreciate those smiles in the front, that's really helpful feedback, and the nodding, it lets me know that you understand what I'm saying, catch them doing something well, that's helpful, that's conducive, so that they know, and encouraging the people that are in their life to do the same. I think about that, not just from when I was teaching, which but also in terms of dealing with my kids, right? And dealing in terms of parenting in general. I don't have that little jar at home with the octopus and the turtle, but it's so adorable. So working to, especially in the beginning stages of therapy, before they have the skills or confidence or practice to be able to have those conversations themselves with the people in their lives, right? To be able to kind of start that process and pave the way just a little bit. So, and then the last part, in terms of the program, remember the 5 modes of the program and the 5 functions that DBT was created to perform, is for the therapist, right? Which, how many, aspects of different therapies is for us as a therapist, right? I love the consultation team, and even when I was still living in North Carolina, but I had moved into private practice, I still attended monthly consultation team meetings with the people who were in Chapel Hill, because I mean, they were just phenomenal therapists, like very smart. And it was, especially in private practice when it can feel sort of isolating, and it was super useful to continue feeling like I was growing and learning in my own skills, to be able to help my clients, and to be able to have a supportive place to not only practice my mindfulness skills, and to get feedback about those, but also to be able to consult with the other DBT trained clinicians who could give me feedback from a DBT standpoint, right? Because you're doing DBT, you can't just get the consultation on a case from any other clinician who isn't trained in DBT, because again, treatment as usual, if we were going that route, it can make our clients worse. And so it has to be, from other clinicians who are trained in DBT. So that's why the ongoing training and support of DBT clinicians is so valuable. That just continued motivation to kind of keep going. Like what we're doing is working, what we're doing is helping, to share with the group successes, not only things that we're struggling with. One of the things that I really remember and enjoyed about practicing, especially with the consultation team in Chapel Hill, in addition to the fact that I can only recall sort of two ever in my life sort of like fangirl moments. And one of them was when the group of DBT therapists in Chapel Hill brought in Kelly Kerner. And I was like, I had my book and I was like, ooh, I'm so excited for this workshop, this training. But one of the things that in addition to that moment, but that day, was also, the focus in the consultation team meeting on, that when we had a difficult case and we were wanting to consult with the other clinicians, that it was really emphasized each time we met, that when I'm asking for support or encouragement or validation or ideas, suggestions from my DBT clinicians, that first of all, I let them know what I'm asking for in advance. Am I wanting just some validation that I'm on the right track, or am I wanting ideas because I feel stuck? What am I asking for, first of all? And then second of all, that the focus is on me. It's not, what do I do with my client? It's, as a therapist, here's the problem I'm seeing that I'm struggling with. Here's the things I've worked to solve the problem with, and I'm struggling with that. And, so it's not on what do I do about them. It's on, I need some help here. So I really like that. So it's about, a chance to practice, getting the consultation. We read through Kelly Kerner's book. We read through the training manual, page by page, and talked about it. It was a place where we could share resources with one another. Like, it was super encouraging and supportive and beneficial as a therapist. So when you put that all together, right? Because again, say it with me now, DBT is a program. DBT is a program. When you put it all together, this is how the program looks, right? That DBT as a program consists of the sort of uncontrolled ancillary treatments that I mentioned earlier, for example, like medication management or other things that the clients are doing to get help, physical therapy, occupational, whatever it is that they're doing to try to feel better and get help. And that's for them. If you see the top 4 for the clients, right? Cloud shows that the top 4 for the clients: uncontrolled ancillary treatments, the individual therapy, an hour a week, telephone consultation throughout the week with the counselor, the skills training group or class. I call it a class. And then the therapist consultation team, which is for the therapist. So altogether. Part of it's for the client, part of it's for the therapist, but DBT is a program. It's a program. So if you're just doing individual therapy with a client, you're not doing DBT. So hopefully that's clear. I could repeat it a few more times if it wasn't clear. Okay, breathe. I noticed that since we did get a little bit of a late start today, was sort of, and plus I could talk about this stuff for days on end. So I was noticing, like, talking fast, trying to get everything in that I could get in to think of, and off the top of my head. And ideally, it would be great to just have a USB port that hooks up to the back of my head so I could just sort of download the data for you, but I don't. So I will just proceed. So in a nutshell, we're talking about diagnosing, the importance of diagnosing, getting them into the most effective treatment, which is DBT, breaking it down. DBT is a program. DBT is a program. And then there's one other aspect of DBT that I wanted to focus on today before we finish up. And that is the skills training class, right? These are the skills that we are teaching the clients, and not just in the skills training class, but throughout the individual therapy sessions as well, as we work to help them, not just move out of suffering and into tolerance, which you'll see from the top right square, right, with distress tolerance, because that low level of movement is temporary, number one, and simply requires just some distress tolerance skills, which is useful. But then once, being able to regulate your emotions, that's a little harder. And then, of course, interacting with people, other people, requires being able to kind of use all of these skills and put them all together. So the skills training class is really important, and that's one of the reasons that I recommend to anybody who is thinking about wanting to be a DBT therapist to take the skills training class first, right? These are the classes, these are the skills that you're going to be teaching and talking about all the time. So, what does it feel like to be in the class and to be learning these things? Starting with mindfulness. So one of the ways that I talk about mindfulness is that, it is this, it's become much more popular recently. And so most people have a general idea of what it is. But it is really practicing engagement in present moment awareness, specifically in terms of what's going on inside, right? What's going on inside my body, what's going on inside my mind, right? And going along with what's going on inside my body, what's going on inside my body helps to inform me about how I'm feeling, right? My emotions. So being able to be mindful of that and to be present in the moment and seeing my reality as it unfolds in front of me as it is, not how I worry it could be or how I wished it would be or what I was afraid it would be, but as it is. So that present moment awareness. And one of the things that I talk about, especially at the very beginning when clients are beginning to notice things about themselves and their own behavior, and how that it can also, be making things worse. That the focus is on, isn't it great that you're at least aware, right? Because there was a time when you weren't, and any conscious, intentional change in behavior begins with awareness, which means begins with mindfulness, which is why we start every skills training class with a mindfulness exercise and then a feedback period. Every DBT consultation meeting starts with a mindfulness exercise and feedback period. It is the basis, because the present moment is the only moment you have in which to make changes. Right? I can't make a change to something that happened yesterday or to something that happened tomorrow or that will happen tomorrow. I can only make a change in the present moment, and I can only do that if I'm in the present moment at the time. And that may seem simple, easy to go without saying, but it is so often overlooked. That people make a plan about what they want to do, but then when it comes right down to it, in the moment, they weren't being mindful, they weren't present, so they couldn't actually make a change to their behavior, right? Because when we're not present in the moment, then that means that our conscious attention is elsewhere. We could go into we could have a whole day about altered states of consciousness, right? Especially as a hypnotist, but we won't. But what it means when we're not mindful is that our conscious attention is elsewhere. And when that happens, your subconscious just takes over. And your subconscious doesn't make any decisions. It just plays old programming. And it plays old programming based on what has been previously learned or behavior that has been automated. Right? So if you're not mindful and present in the moment, then your subconscious will just take over and you'll be on autopilot and you'll do what you've always done, which is not the change that you were wanting to accomplish, which is why we start with mindfulness. So I believe this quote comes from Jon Kabat-Zinn, which is the intentional, accepting, and non-judgmental focus of one's attention on the emotions, thoughts, and sensations occurring in the present moment, which can be trained by meditational practices. One of the key things too that I think those who are not active students of mindfulness may not understand is that mindfulness can, and ideally, in order to be of utmost help, should be practiced often, and can be practiced. Mindfulness can be practiced anytime, anywhere, doing anything, right? You can practice being mindful anytime, anywhere, doing anything, right? You don't need to be sitting on a mat and in lotus position with some incense going in the dark. It's great. That's relaxing and lovely, and that's wonderful mindfulness meditation, but it's not all that encompasses mindfulness. Mindfulness is about being present in the moment, and those kinds of meditation practices are to help to train us to be present in the moment. When we would practice during our mindfulness exercises, when I was first learning mindfulness back with the intensive training through behavioral tech, which I don't know if I said, but behavioral tech is the name of the company that Dr. Marsha Linehan started. So, which is why I keep referring to them and getting the training from them. But, one of the things my GPT supervisor would say often is that, as much as we can, if it's not too challenging, we want to practice our mindfulness exercises with our eyes open, because the practices are to help us be more present in our daily life, and we don't walk around in life with our eyes closed. So if we're like, I got this mindfulness down pat, right? Okay, can you be as mindful and as focused and aware with your eyes open and walking around with your children around you, right? Like my 3 kids trying to make dinner after school and work one day, right? That's more challenging. So all the more reason to kind of take it slower and more gradual, practice, maybe a minute at a time or 30 seconds if you're new to it, and kind of build your way up. But ideally, you want to get to a place where you're able to be mindful, even in those most trying of circumstances. And of course, even more trying than that one, like at a crisis situation. The more you can be mindful, the more you can make choices and still maintain your wits about you. So, as I said before, mindfulness, and again, this is just one of the modules, but the one that we start with after kind of the basics. And there are 7 mindfulness skills. And the first I've already mentioned, and that's the wise mind. And then you have the other 6 mindfulness skills divided into 2 sets of 3, the what skills and the how skills, right? So the what skills are considered like, okay, well, we're going to be mindful, right? Be in our wise mind and in the present moment, but mindful of what? What are we being aware of? What are we paying attention to? We're being aware of everything we observe, describe, and participate in. So in the Maggie version, we basically are working to be aware of everything we see, think, and do. No problem. Easy, right? And so there are different exercises that we can do to kind of strengthen our abilities to observe. And the way I see it, we go through life with going through that series, right? We observe or notice something, we have some thoughts about it, and then we engage. Observe something else, thoughts, feelings, engage, right? Observe, describe, participate. Observe, describe, participate. That's how we go through our day when we're conscious and awake. Observe, describe, participate. Or see, think, and do. See, think, and do. And so when life is moving really quickly and we're finding ourselves having difficulty being mindful, then we kind of pull back the layers. And if we need to, just go, pull back from participating, stop the thinking, and just look, just observe, right? And then as we feel a little more skillful, we can begin to kind of put words to what we think we're seeing. And then once we feel more skillful, we can kind of move into participating in a mindful way. But it's kind of like stepping back a little bit. And that full participation, that dive in, become one with the experience and forget yourself, the forgetting of the self. Dr. Mihaly Csikszentmihalyi, I don't know if you guys are familiar with him. He talks about it in regard to flow, right? So he's done a ton of, he's a Polish researcher. He's done a ton of research about that. In other venues, it's called engagement. In DBT, we call it participate. If you look at like the 5 pillars of life satisfaction and contentment, they call it engagement. But it's that sense of just being fully participatory with your own life. Mihaly Csikszentmihalyi calls it flow, and he's written a ton of books on the subject. Like I said, I'm super nerdy. I used to be an English teacher, so I love to read. Those are really good books, any of his work. Full of information. So the what skills, and then there's, and then I made a little acronym, POD, because ODP isn't a really great acronym, but POD, like 3 P's in a pod. And so then there's the how skills, right? So we're going to be mindful or aware of everything we see, think, and do. How are we going to do that? Well, just being aware of it's not enough to say I'm being mindful. But we're going to do it one mindfully, non-judgmentally, and effectively with the acronym of ONE, or one. So doing one thing at a time, non-judgmentally, which I've already talked about, not evaluating, just accept and acknowledge. And unglue your opinions. Be mindful when you're making judgments or evaluations, right? You can have a preference. A preference is not the same thing as a judgment, right? I can say, I like chocolate ice cream, and that's not making a judgment. But if I said chocolate ice cream is good, that will be a judgment and not a preference. And then we focus on what's effective, right? Is it working? Great. You want to stick with what you're doing right now and you think what you're doing is fine. Is it working? Is it getting you what you want? Right? And with DBT, we focus on, okay, well, let's focus on what works. And often what works is playing by the rules, especially where other people are concerned. And keeping your eye on the objective and acting skillfully. There's a quote that I heard, and I'm sure that I won't get it exactly correct, but a little saying about, and if anybody has it or has a link to it or knows what I'm talking about, I haven't seen it in years, and so feel free to send me that or send it to us, send it to the group. But the idea was, we don't trip over mountains. We trip over small stones in our path when we don't look at where we're going. And the idea is, we can kind of look ahead all we want to, but if you don't look down at your feet every now and again and take small, sustainable steps so you don't trip, right, then you're not going to get up the mountain if you keep tripping and you keep falling down and hurting yourself. So the 7 mindfulness skills, if you put them all together with the acronym that I made up, it's a little quirky, but it helps to remember them. The one wise pod, right? So one little pea pod that's very wise. So one mindfully, non-judgmentally, and effectively, and then our wise mind, of course, and then participate, observe, and describe, just a little bit out of order. Because, in terms of mindfulness, it's important to practice that skill, because wherever you focus your attention activates neurons in those particular circuits that correlate with that activity, which means what you focus on, you get more of. Literally, where you put your attention, your brain devotes more neural connectivity to, which is why when people have a tendency to engage in thought behaviors, because in DBT we consider thought behavior, right? So when people engage in thought behavior that is repetitive and negative and towards thinking and end up moving them towards thinking about suicide or not being here or disappearing, then whoop, neurons that wire together, fire together, wire together, and boom, you're on the Autobahn. And next thing you know, you're going to get more of that because they're more negative thinking, and it's going to be easier to do thinking negatively in that vein because there are more neurological connections devoted to that. Everybody with me? It's hard when I can't see you guys. I want to see you, but too bad we can't do like the whole thing where there's like little tiny pictures of your heads so that I can see you. Anyway, so neurons that fire together, wire together. So, with mindfulness, that's why it's important that we refocus and repeat. And, one of the things I tell my students, my mindfulness students, that when we're practicing mindfulness or any of the skills, there's no failing. Failing is a judgmental word, and it either works the way that you had hoped or intended or wanted it to, or you learn something and then you go again. So when we're practicing mindfulness, your mind will get distracted. Your mind is constantly making comparisons and looking for patterns and creating explanations and working to understand the world around it. That's what it does, right? So it's not a bad thing. It's about noticing that and then controlling our focus, bringing our focus back to our body or our breath or the bridge of our nose or whatever else, or the physical sensations of my hands on my desk, or but it's about noticing and bringing it back and then oh, there goes my brain again, and then bringing it back, right? And it's not like, oh, I keep getting distracted, I'm failing, I'm doing it wrong, no, that's great, right? It's great that your brain's getting super distracted and you're noticing it and you're bringing it back. That's excellent practice, right? You're honing that muscle. And for those of you who are super nerdy like me, one of the areas of the brain that helps us with controlling our focus is the anterior cingulate cortex, or the ACC. And we're essentially strengthening the ability of our ACC to help us be in control of where we put our attention by refocusing and repeat. So after mindfulness, when I'm teaching the skills training class, I typically go into distress tolerance next, because as I said, it's a step up from just suffering, right? So it's kind of one of the more base, or you can't practice any skills unless you're mindful and aware. I think I've already addressed that. So we got to start there, because you can't, you can teach distress tolerance skills all day long until you're blue in the face and they can repeat them back to you. But if they cannot be present in the moment, they cannot ever apply any of the skills they've ever learned. I think that was more clear. So got to start with mindfulness, right? And then once you can be mindful, then you can begin applying skills when you're mindful. So distress tolerance is where we start, a step up from suffering. And these are basic things that we cover in this portion. Like I said, I'm not teaching the class to you today. I'm just kind of giving you an overview. A lot of this is stuff that you may find in traditional therapy, right? In terms of self-soothing and in my skills training class, we typically create a self-soothing box, which is why I have a little picture of the cardboard box. And then A stands for analyze. That's where we do some, pros and cons of engaging in our problematic behavior, right? And giving into those urges that we have, in particular, the ones that are engaged with kind of that fight, flight, freeze, fawn, feed, all the things that, in terms of just our automatic go-tos to look at, okay, I have these urges to run away or to fight back, is that going to be helpful? Let's look at it. I for improve the moment, and each one, that's an acronym in and of itself, standing for how do we improve the moment? Well, imagery, meaning, prayer, etc. Right? So the improve is an acronym covering all the different ways that we can improve the moment. And we kind of go over those. So, if you can't change the moment, how can you improve it somewhat? If you can't get out of it right away and you can't make it better, but you don't want to make it worse, that's what the distress tolerance skills are all about. And then the D stands for distract, with the wise mind accept. And each of those is just a different way that we can distract ourselves, engaging in activity or contributing in some way or doing some comparing and contrasting with other people, etc. So with the distress tolerance skills, again, we're just working to come a step up above suffering. I have a client now, actually, that's really where she's at, that she is really working on being mindful, and whenever she can, just working on moving to a place of tolerance. But if we were to put a number or a percentage in terms of time spent suffering, it would be predominantly suffering, with a little bit of tolerating, but predominantly suffering currently. And so the move is to move towards ways to become more mindful, and with the mindfulness to really add in those distress tolerance skills to kind of take the edge off of just this constant stream of suffering. So Yeah. And, and part of that goes back to acceptance, kind of in line with, acceptance and commitment therapy, or just in terms of that, the acceptance that comes with self-validation, and it's referred to if you look at literature, and referred to as radical acceptance, right? But whenever I teach it in class, I refer to it as reality acknowledgement, because radical anything sounds really scary to my clients, and then acceptance of something that they don't like and don't want, also tricky. So when I talk about when I teach radical acceptance, we typically refer to it as reality acknowledgement, like is what it is. So imagery, meaning, prayer, relaxation, one thing at a time, vacation, encouragement. I like the little guy pretending to be Iron Man. Pretty sure that's my son in the back row. The accept, different ways to distract ourselves, like I said, activities, contributing, comparisons, emotions, pushing away, thoughts, sensations. And again, we're pushing away emotions and we're distracting ourselves momentarily, right? These are just short-term ways to deal and get by. Okay. So I don't know if you guys have ever read this book, but like I said, I love to read, and this is a really, really great book about the power of your mind, the power of our minds, and also kind of along with Dr. Brene Brown's work, and if you think about so much of what we do as therapists is reliant on paying attention to acknowledging the power of language, right? Whether it's our own thoughts or the things that we say. Anyway, so, in this book, she just talks about how your mind is more powerful than medicine. And she does a meta-analysis, essentially, of research wherein the placebo outperformed the prescription medication that was being tested. And it started with her noticing that, as an OBGYN, she noticed that a lot of those trials and that research was thrown out because the placebo outperformed the medication that was being tested. And she was like, whoa, why are we throwing this out? It just means that our minds are more powerful than this stuff. And that's important. And she talks about, that our minds, just that our minds do have the ability to heal itself. And that in particular, right, we know that, right? Because you can cut yourself and then you don't have a bleeding wound for the rest of your life, right? Your body does the work it needs to do, and it knows how to do all by its little lonesome to, right, heal the cut, right? And then it becomes a scar or goes away. So our body has the ability to heal itself. And, what she notes is that physically we have kind of our autonomic nervous system broken down into two branches, the sympathetic and the parasympathetic. Our sympathetic is our stress response, our parasympathetic is our relaxation, and your body's ability to heal itself is tied to your parasympathetic nervous system, i.e. your body's ability to heal itself is tied to your ability to relax. And that if you look at the research, there was for a while, this idea that stress created all of these physical medical problems. And this is incredibly important to people who have borderline personality disorder, because if you look at the medical chart of a typical 30-year-old with borderline personality disorder, it will look like a medical chart of an average 60-year-old, right? And part of the thinking behind why that had to do with just the amount of stress that they're under. right? And that the stress was creating, right? Or it's sort of the idea of like, which comes first? Does the stress create the medical problems, or do the medical problems create the stress? What's happening? And what Dr. Rankin says and talks about is that it's not that the stress creates the medical problems, it's that the lack of relaxation makes it so that our bodies don't have the ability to heal the things within the body that eventually create problems. When I talk about it with clients, I refer to this scene, and hopefully there are people that know what movie this is from, because believe it or not, I have used this exact picture in presentations before to refer to this idea, and people have been like, I don't know what movie that is. So hopefully somebody knows what movie this is. It's from Ferris Bueller's Day Off, and they put a bunch of miles on this car and Cameron's dad's car, and they're trying to get him off. And so they've got it up on cinder blocks, and they're working on trying to have it, just gun it in reverse, basically try to take these miles off that they put on the car. And so it leaves the car up on these blocks, right, going like this in the scene, until it just, something snaps that was holding the car, and it shoots backwards outside of this, out through this plate glass window off into the ravine, right? And you're like, well, but when I talk about it with clients, when I talk about it with clients, I talk about, that's kind of like our bodies, and our bodies aren't meant to be like in that state of suffering, that state of like, long term, and that it is important for us to relax. It's not a luxury. It's not like if you get a chance, no, it's imperative to our mental and physical well-being, and our health in the future. So anyway, so emotional regulation is the next one that we cover. And while it may have many, many different faces, I think all of these are just adorable. Working to pinpoint, what emotion that we're feeling can be really, really difficult. Again, think about if what you've suffered is chronic invalidation. I'm really sad. No, you're not. I'm not, or I feel really guilty. Well, you shouldn't. No? Okay. It just, that chronic invalidation causes us to be like, I don't know what I'm feeling. I don't know how I'm feeling. Don't ask me that. I have clients say that all the time. Don't ask me. I don't know. And I was working, when I lived in Japan, I worked with an eating disorder group. And one of the things that I thought was fascinating was the way that people who struggle with being anorexic, one of the ways they struggle is that they lose touch with what it means to be hungry. They would come into my sessions and they'd be like, I don't know what's going on with me. Like, I'm so like tense and my stomach hurts. I'm just so upset. And, I'd be like, okay, well, have you eaten anything today? No, I haven't eaten in a couple of days. Well, maybe that pain in your stomach, maybe it's hunger. Like, let's problem solve that and eat a cracker and see if that helps, right? But just losing touch with what our bodies are working to communicate with us in terms of what we need.
The brain is made up of tiny nerve cells called neurons. These neurons have tiny branches that reach out and connect to other neurons.
I don't know if we have time to watch this, so I'll stop it. But I would highly recommend this little video, and if we do have time to watch it, then I'd be happy to, if there aren't any questions and we're done with the slides, I'd be happy to kind of go back and look at it. But it's a really good one just about how we can become addicted to our own emotions. Candace Pert talks about that. And if you haven't seen it's sort of a docu-movie, like a documentary and a movie sort of. It's called What the Bleep Do We Know? If you haven't seen that, it's really, really good. And you can watch the whole movie for free on YouTube. You just type in What the Bleep Do We Know full movie, or What the Bleep full movie, I think. But this is a portion that if you type in like what the bleep addicted to emotions, there will be several parts of the movie that come up where they address experts, talking about how we can become addicted to our own emotions. And part of the way in which that happens is that emotions, when we experience an emotion, what happens in our brain is that our hypothalamus essentially kicks down like a different chemical cocktail for each emotion, right? Each emotion has its own signature chemical cocktail, right? Like with anger, there'll be things like adrenaline and cortisol that the hypothalamus just like shoots through the body. It's like, oh my gosh, we need this, right? And it just doses the body with adrenaline and cortisol and etc. And like I said, and in DBT, we look at 10 primary universal emotions, and that's what we teach. Atlas of the Heart, which I mentioned earlier, Brene Brown's new series on HBO Max, she discusses emotions and different emotions and gives the definitions and examples and movie clips and talks about the importance of naming that emotion. In fact, if you look at Emotional Intelligence 101, like the number one skill that's listed, whether it's through the Whole Brain Child or Dan Siegel's work, through emotional intelligence, name that emotion, right? It's called Name It to Tame It. Is like the number one, because we can see that your brain is like static with like electricity and movement, and it's like, it's working to communicate with the body and the brain and put those things together. And the moment that we're like, so I had a moment where, for example, I was having a conversation with someone, and as we were having this conversation, we were disagreeing, and as we were having this conversation, I noticed that like my neck started getting hot, and it felt like it was climbing up, and then my ears were hot, and I was like, what? And I feel ill. Like, what is this? And I don't know why it took so long in that moment, but it did. And it dawned on me, I'm pissed. That's what this is. I'm mad. And I was like, hold that thought. I need a moment, right? And I was able to kind of go take a moment and walk around and go, what was it that got me so mad and got me so mad? And I didn't even know I was so mad. But that, it's your brain is like, and it's the moment we go, oh, I'm pissed. Right? Then your brain calms down. It's like, okay, message delivered, right? Good to go. We delivered the message. So, and if you think about the fact that people who have borderline personality disorder, the emotions are intense, right? I was going to make a sort of an analogous comparison with drugs, but maybe not like the best idea, but it's super intense, right? We can get addicted to emotions. Anybody can get addicted to emotions, right? You notice those people who have a tendency to sort of play the victim, or people who have a tendency to just get mad about everything, or like that. We can get addicted to different emotions. We can also be addicted to positive ones like joy and peace. But now, if you think about the fact that we can get addicted to emotions, and that people who have borderline personality disorder have emotions like more often, more intensely, and for longer than more people, what's the likelihood that they're going to get addicted to certain emotions, right? So anyway, just really powerful information. Candace Pert's done a lot of research on that, and there's some stuff about it in The Secret too. I think they refer to that. But anyway, 10 primary emotions. I'm mindful of the time and wanting to make sure that we get another 5-minute break here in a few minutes, and to leave some time for questions. So 10 primary emotions: fear, anger, disgust, and then happy, sad, envy, jealousy, guilt, and shame, and then love. And, you know, I think people are often surprised by the actual definitions of words, because we use words that incorrectly a lot. For example, the two that we talk about in class frequently are, the difference between envy and jealousy, right? Envy is I want something that I don't have, and jealousy is I have something, I'm just afraid I'm going to lose it. And then guilt versus shame, right? And like with envy and jealousy, people don't ever talk about envy, right? People just talk about being jealous for all of it. I'm jealous, I'm jealous, I'm jealous. No, that's not actually what you are. And if that's what you think you are, then you're not going to be able to deal with that negative emotion in a way that's going to be effective, because you've mislabeled it, right? It's like misidentifying the problem, right? And then guilt and shame, right? People don't talk about shame. They just talk about feeling guilty. I feel so guilty. I feel so guilty. When maybe what they really are feeling is shame, right? So the difference being basically guilt is I feel badly about something that I did or didn't do or said or didn't say. And shame is I feel bad about me, like I'm bad. And then, of course, and the greatest of all of these is love. Yeah, that's how I remember them. FAD, F-A-D, and then happy, sad, envy, jealousy, guilt, and shame. And then the greatest one is love. So when we talk about urge surfing, right, these urges come because the hypothalamus has given us a big old dose of maybe even a mix of cocktails, which oddly enough, I don't know if you guys remember sort of when you were younger and you were mixing, like you'd usually go to the soda fountain and you'd go to a soda thing and you'd mix a whole bunch of drinks, like grape soda plus Coke plus Sprite plus Gatorade or whatever else, lemonade. And I believe, at least we called it when I was young, we called it the suicide, oddly enough. But that big old mix of different drinks of different flavors is like, just getting a big old dose of different emotions all at one time. It's just like, what am I tasting? What's even in here? What is this? I don't even know what to make of this, right? And each emotion is motivating us to do something different, right? We have these urges that's spurred on by this like jolt of this, of the body, the hypothalamus just dosing us with all of these chemical cocktails of different emotions, and some of them with contrary motivating forces, right? Like if I'm angry, I may be motivated to speak up, to take action, to do something, right? But if I'm simultaneously sad and depressed, now I'm motivated to be silent and shrink back and disappear, right? What do I do with that? Right. And so in DBT, we talk about, you can't stop the waves, but you can learn to surf. We talk about just surfing those urges, with the idea behind that being that the chemical cocktail produced by the emotions, 9 out of 10 of them actually, if you don't feed that emotion, if you don't feed it, then the chemical cocktail will be reabsorbed into the body through the bloodstream in approximately 15 minutes if you don't feed it. Now, if you're adding on to it by ruminating and etc., then you can keep it going, right? And keep that supply going. But if you don't feed it, and you just surf the urge, notice it, and don't give in to it, then typically it'll go away in 15 minutes. The exception is anger. So with anger, it's so powerful of an emotion that even if you don't feed anger, it's going to take on average 3 hours as opposed to 15 minutes for it to be reabsorbed into the body through the bloodstream. Name it to tame it. Naming that emotion helps us pay attention and get control of our brain back. There's the book that I mentioned, The Whole Brain Child. It's really good. The book that was that I mentioned, I had mentioned it in passing, and then I kind of came and went past this slide pretty quickly because I had already talked about it. But The Whole Brain Child is a really great book. It's another one of those books that, while it's great to listen to on audiobook, if you don't have a lot of time to like sit and read, I would recommend getting it and having it as a reference material as well, because, you know, the strategies that they talk about in using with the children are listed in the back in an easy to reference manner. So I think it's useful to have a copy. So, okay. So interpersonal effectiveness is the last one. And as I've said before, you know, it really requires a lot more skills, a lot more skillfulness and practice in terms of being able to navigate interpersonal relationships effectively. So primarily in this module, we focus on two of the things that can potentially create the most conflict for clients, which include number one, asking for help, and number two, putting your foot down, saying no to something and still making sure the relationship is okay. When we talk about, you know, effectiveness goals, we look at that they're kind of, you know, in DBT, we look at it like a three-legged stool, and that in any interaction, right, there may be three goals that we have within that interaction, and that may change throughout the interaction, right? Including, you know, what's my objective, something I want to communicate, something I want to happen. You know, so we're focusing on our objective, right? Why we're having this conversation in the first place. But then I'm also wanting to focus on making sure that the relationship is okay, right? And not just saying things and being like, well, that's the way it is, right? So that's being super objective focused and not very relationship focused. But we also don't want to neglect our own objectives just to make sure we placate the relationship, because then that leads to long-term resentment and frustration and self-deprivation. And in the end, when those two things get out of whack, then we end up sacrificing some of our own self-respect. And what I've found is that when you really focus on balancing objective effectiveness with relationship effectiveness, right, focusing on what you want and make sure the relationship is okay, typically the self-respect effectiveness is going to take care of itself because you've handled things effectively, right? So, you know, the objective effectiveness, that's the focus on what you want, right? And what's going to get in the way? There are lots of things that can get in the way. Lack of skill, lots of negative worry thoughts, emotions, right? Being super overwhelmed emotionally, having your amygdala hijacked and not being able to use your thinking rational brain, indecision, right? So again, back to those dialectics, those pesky dialectics, and being like, I don't know, I want this and I want that, right? I want to go, but I don't want to go, right? I want to trust them, but I don't trust them, right? So finding that synthesis. And then environment, you know, sometimes we can be our most skillful and other people have more authority or have more power in the situation. And, you know, it doesn't matter how skillful we are, we won't be successful in our objective. But in terms of objective effectiveness, we teach a skill called the Deer script, and perhaps you've learned it in other areas with different things, but the Deer script is really, 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 really great, in particular with being objective focused. How do you get what you want? How do you ask for what you want or put your foot down and make sure the relationship is okay? If you're not familiar with it, I highly encourage you to check it out. It's a wonderful tool and a way to break down just some of the basics of conversation, because a more complicated conversation will consist of Deer script after Deer script after Deer script after Deer script. And although it may be a bit tedious and arduous at first to write out a Deer script and to kind of get the hang of doing one, the goal is to be able to just create one in your head as you're talking. But the basics of it are, you know, you're describing any relevant facts, stick to the facts, then you express how I feel about it. And then you either ask for what you want or you assert yourself and you put your foot down. And then you reinforce the other person, right, for doing what you want them to do, right? Giving them the reason why they want to do it persuasively. So, and it's actually it's called a Dear Man script because, there's an MAN at the very end that is an acronym for being mindful and etc. So, but, in any situation where we're focused on our objectives, there are some factors to consider. And one of my favorite worksheets within this module and this portion of the module has to do with, how much do we push it? How insistently do we ask, or how adamantly do we put our foot down? And so here are some factors to consider, and we go through that on a worksheet. What's your goal? Are they capable of giving you what you're asking for or doing what you want them to do? What's the timeliness? Is it the right time to ask or say no? Have you done your homework? Do you know what you're asking? Right? Are you doing the same? For them? I guess that's reciprocity. Do they have the authority to give you what you're asking for, or to, is it within your right to say no? Etc. etc. So, so commitment strategies we look at, what are the things that are going to help us get what we want, just like, something that I think a lot of toddlers know inherently, how to manipulate situations to kind of get what they want. But the commitment strategies I think are really fascinating. It's interesting to kind of, just like with other things, when you can see it, like when you can see someone's baiting you into, right, or emotionally manipulating you into certain behaviors, and you can see it and go, I'm not taking the bait. The commitment strategies are useful to know, not only in terms of being able to use those in order to get what you're wanting, but also in terms of noticing when it's being used against you, right, or on you. So being able to pay attention to those, the pros and cons, kind of the foot in the door tactic, like, do you have just a minute, right? Or, somebody saying, do you have the time? Yeah, I have the time. It's, 3:00. Great. Could I have $5 for the subway or whatever? They're more likely to give you money if they've already said yes and given you something before. Door in the face, freedom to choose. Kelly Kerner talks about the commitment strategies in her book and goes through them. So if you're not familiar with them, I think they're pretty interesting. In between my work as a high school teacher and before I moved into hypnosis and then getting my graduate degree in counseling psychology, there was a time in which I worked for corporate America. And during that time, I did a couple things. One, working in telecommunications, just in general. And even prior to that, I worked as the manager for a sales floor. So primarily we did telemarketing. And so, helping people learn how to, is it something the other person even wants? If not, move on. There's plenty of people who want it. And, just in terms of sales in general, I also went door to door with a public interest research group when I lived in Seattle. And it's that same thing. It's like, how can you be persuasive, if it is something that they want, by, overcoming any objections that they may have, meaning answering their questions and addressing their concerns. And, ultimately either they want it or they don't want it. If they do want it and they're just hesitant, why are they hesitant in addressing those? And, those same strategies, in terms of, especially with DBT, for clients, it's about learning how to do that for themselves, right? I have this thing that I want to do, but I have all of these objections. How do I overcome my own objections? How can I persuade myself to make a decision one way or the other? How can I think through things right? To be able to move things in a direction that are going to get me closer to my goal. Again, think effectively. And then just some examples of those. Hello, sir. Sort of what I mentioned before. You know, do you have $2 for a ticket, please? Then, yeah, no, I don't think so. And then, what time is it, sir? I need to catch the bus. It's 5:30. Thank you so much. I think I'm $2 short. Could you help me a bit? Oh, sure. Let me check. Right, the tendency to kind of go along with that once they've helped. And then, of course, Calvin and Hobbes. You know, Mom, can I set fire to my bed mattress? No, Calvin. Mom, can I ride my tricycle on the roof? No, Calvin. Can I have a cookie? No, Calvin. Oh, she's on to me. She's learned my strategies. Okay, so, and then references. So just more information in terms of like where you can go. There's tons of books that I can refer you to. And I'm mindful of the time. I noticed that we have quite a bit of time left, which I think was in part due to I was concerned that we wouldn't have enough time. So I was like, okay, I got to make sure that we get through all of it, especially with starting later. So I'd be happy to go back to any portion of it. I can pull my slides back up if you want to. But typically, in talking about these kinds of things, in talking about this client population, or in dealing with specific instances, typically there are lots of questions because, you know, often people are using treatment as usual techniques and they're running into a lot of resistance. So, and I've noticed that now that I'm back to the video, that I don't see questions in the Q&A or the chat place. I don't think there's anything in the chat that I missed. But was, you know, Ash had mentioned that I had been onto something earlier. Hopefully I was able to address that. What other questions did you have? What came up? What did you learn from today that you didn't know before? Or what questions do you still have? What concerns are sort of outliers?
If anybody has questions and just wants to raise their hand, I can actually allow them to speak and ask the question as well.
Yay. So it looks like, and yeah, if you guys want to raise your hand and talk live, that'd be really cool. Then I'd get to see some people other than just myself all day. So Bryce said, I know that Marsha Linehan originally called it mindfulness CBT. Could you provide some insight on the intersections of DBT and CBT? So yes. And that, you know, the mindfulness CBT is sort of why I mentioned earlier that in terms of being able to describe what it is to people, I've found that the most, you know, especially, I mean, in terms of describing it to other therapists, like what's DBT, the most useful definition has kind of been, you know, that it's a combination of cognitive behavioral therapy, which as therapists, we're all very familiar with, right? And mindfulness, which I've talked about today. And I also talked about the importance of mindfulness. So in terms of the intersections of DBT and CBT, I would say that it's that the way I see it is that DBT is bigger, if that makes sense. Like DBT includes CBT in it, right? But CBT does not include DBT. That DBT is CBT and mindfulness. And I don't know if that answered your question or not, since I can't have a conversation with you unless you want to join me. But so that's the way I see the way that they're relationship is, that DBT includes CBT, but CBT does not include DBT, and that it's cognitive behavioral therapy and mindfulness, mindfulness is such an important factor for cognitive behavioral therapy with this population, because it's much easier for someone who isn't struggling with being really extremely emotionally sensitive to be mindful, to be present in the moment, right? It's when we get super emotional, right, and that our amygdala gets hijacked and our limbic system takes over, and we can't think straight. We aren't present. We're just completely emotional and slapped up against that wall, right, trying to breathe. And so, whereas if you're working with a typical therapy client, you're able to just work on the CBT part of it and the skills training, and they're able to just take what they've learned and then be mindful and apply it, because they're not overwrought with emotions and then fighting those emotions because they feel like they shouldn't be feeling that way, and they're suffering and they're resisting that struggle, which creates more suffering, right? They don't have to deal with all of that. They're dealing with a problem. You give them some solutions, cognitive behavioral therapy, right? And they apply them. But with this population, that piece of mindfulness, which perhaps you learned as a child how to be present and aware and think through things calmly and rationally. Maybe they didn't have that training, right? And that present moment awareness, like I said, if you can't be present in the moment, it doesn't matter what skills you have, you're not going to be able to apply any of them. You're just going to be on autopilot, period, right? And with typical population, they're able to be more mindful, either more intuitively or they've learned how to. But with this population, because of the intense emotional overload and the invalidation on top of that, they come from a place often where they're not able to be mindful, and you sort of have to start there. Does that make sense? Did I answer your question? I think I saw something saying that I did.
Yes, she stated that you did answer the question. And we have 2 hands up, so I'm going to start with E. Grossi. And allow you, if you want to unmute yourself, to go ahead and ask your question.
Oh, yay!
Hi.
Hi.
So I was curious what recommendation you have for clinicians like myself who experience borderline personality patients, but short term. Like, how can we effectively get... I'm trying to figure out how to phrase this. How can, because I've had an encounter where she has a hard time trusting, obviously, and so I don't want to break that trust. At the same time, I also don't want to build that connection with her and then her have to move on to another therapist because she doesn't see me long term. I'm just like for emergency services. So how can, what advice would you give to still provide that faith in mental and following through with DBT services and seeking therapy, but not reinforce her feelings of abandonment?
I hear you. So that's a good question. It sounds like that you're in a situation where, hold on, grab a pen. I sort of think better when I write, maybe. But so part of it, I think, is, again, paying attention to, how did they get this way in the first place, and understanding the importance of validation. Mm-hmm. And that goes back to, if you recall, one of the things that I said was, that from my perspective, whatever feeling that they're having, it is valid. Meaning they might not know why they feel that way. I might not understand why they feel that way, but the reality is that's how they feel. And again, it's not about validating behavior, right? It's about validating the feeling, and that they're dealing with a lot of intense feelings that they don't know how to name or deal with, and they've been dealing with their whole lives probably, and still are probably chronic invalidation. And so I would say, really being able to look at the 6 levels of validation and learning, what really, how to validate both verbally and using nonverbal communication, how to validate someone's experience. And that can look differently, just depending. But that whatever they're feeling, even if it seems like that it's really extreme based on the situation, what that tells me is not that their feeling is invalid. What that tells me is they were triggered, right? If they're, they stub their toe and then they throw the coffee table out the window, like, okay, that feeling came from somewhere. And if it doesn't seem to be, about this situation in particular, then that means something bigger. So it's like, a couple fighting over the lid of a toothpaste, and having a knockdown drag out. It's not about the toothpaste. So all feelings, whatever they're feeling, is valid, and working to validate that feeling, but also balancing that with change. That you're struggling and it's really hard, and I get that. And, in terms of making things better, which you're telling me that you want to do, DBT is the answer. And, so that, and encouraging getting DBT, because that's what's going to help, right? So validating the feelings and then encouraging the change, getting DBT, learning more about it, whatever. And I think, going back to, I think potentially what Ash was referring to in terms of not treating the client as fragile, even though the client may be presenting with some really serious concerns and may seem fragile, or they may even be feeling really fragile themselves. Part of not treating them as fragile is helping to convey in a very real, concrete way, like, I believe in you. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Because they have exactly like what you talk about. I have this encounter where it's like, on one hand, I provide over amounts of validation. On the other hand, I don't want to kind of like mother her at the same time. Like, I want to challenge her, but then I kind of see her shut down sometimes when I challenge her. And so then I'm like, oh no, did I push too hard? And so it's really hard to kind of find that balance between change and validation. For me,
and while it can be challenging, right? It is important to recognize that sometimes going back and forth between validation and change happens quickly and repeatedly, right? Like, it's hard, and you can, right? And then it's hard. And so it can going back and forth. And one of the things, again, that I love about DBT is that if you're noticing in the moment, right, that you feel like they've shut down, right, then you can go, what's that about? Like, well, you just turned away from me when I said such and such. Is that because of this, right? Is that, did I push too hard? Was that too much? What are you thinking? What just happened? Right. So again, because that becomes then now we've moved from the whatever situation, which is the quality, remember back to the stages. Now we've moved from a quality of life thing to, okay, wait a minute, you just shifted and pulled away from me, right? When we were talking, that now we've moved into therapy interfering behavior, which means that immediately takes precedence.
Right. Yeah. And then it becomes difficult, at least in my particular situation, because she doesn't know how to identify what happened. So then it's kind of like, again, I have to go back to like validating that. And then I challenge, and then she shuts it. I just feel like I'm kind of in like a circle. And I don't know if that's normal. I guess this is more like client or therapist intervention.
Well, I mean, I think that I think that having that feeling can be understandable. And I think a couple things. One, if you're having that feeling of being trapped in that, like, you know, wanting to push forward, but then kind of pulled back to validating, and feeling like we're not going anywhere, we're just going around in circles, then more than likely what you're tapping into is how they're feeling, right? And they're kind of keeping you trapped in that circle with them, right? And you're moving to push ahead, and they're like, no, 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 no. And so you go back, and then they're like, right? So being mindful that potentially that's happening, and can also be an indication that you're either, one, treating them as fragile and not pushing them hard enough, because you're like, oh, did I push them too hard? Right? Did I make them mad? Are they going to be upset? Right? So it sounds like there's some potential of treating them as fragile. And then also, you know, it sounds like that there are a lot of missed opportunities to address things head on, and really identify therapy interfering behavior to say, you know, here's what I'm noticing. We have this conversation and it goes here, and then we come back, and then we go here, and then it comes back. And I'm noticing that we, you know, so the way I talk about it, you know, is kind of talking about, you know, we were talking about the content, right, of wanting to help you get better and look for resources, but now we need to move up and look at the process and go, something's broken here. Like this doesn't seem to be working. Like, what's happening here? And kind of move up and above it to kind of look at what's been happening. And that's looking at that therapy interfering behavior. And again, DBT really encouraging, there's something broken about the therapy if you're not moving forward. So let's figure out what it is. Maybe it's me, right? Did I push too hard? Did I not push enough? Maybe it's you. Are you shutting down because I mentioned? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Thank you.
Am I helping?
Helpful. Yes.
Yeah. Yay. And I saw Ben's comment. Sometimes it's about the toothpaste with my 4-year-old. That's hilarious. I hear you. Yesterday it was about the toothpaste with my 13-year-old. So like, I get it.
So we have
another question. What?
Lori Gaskins also has raised her hand. So if you would like to unmute yourself, you can ask your question as well.
Hi, well, my name is LaRonda Bailey. I actually work with Lori, and we're on our computer. But I had a question about how many clients do you usually carry in this kind of, in the DBT modality? How many clients are you guys carrying? And do you start when you have a group of clients that are on a certain, like at the beginning, and then maybe some that are in the middle of service? It's like, how does it usually work? I hope I phrased that correctly.
I hear you. Just to clarify, I heard two separate questions. One was sort of how many clients do you normally carry, right? In a DBT program as a DBT therapist. And then the second question, it sounded like something around like, does everybody start together in the program, or that question was a little unclear. Do you want to clarify that one, or do you want me to answer the other one first?
Clarify the second question. So like, if you have maybe you had 2 clients start or 3 start, and you're at the middle, the beginning of the service, and they're going to a certain group because they're at a certain point, or is it, could they, be a person that just started DBT? Because you said it's usually a year commitment. So a person that is on, the first 6 to 8 weeks, or could that new person come in and you start them there? So how does that kind of look?
Yeah, that's a great question. So let me answer that one first, and then I'll go back to the first one. So the group is all inclusive, so people can start anytime. You've gotten a year commitment, and you'll have people in the group, right? Because you'll be in the skills training class or group together, and people will be in the class/group at varying places in it. You may have people that are on their second go round, right? They've already done the mindfulness module before, and here they are doing it again. Like they've been there, done that. Maybe they're on their 3rd time through, just depending. And then you may have people that just started. And that's okay, because what happens is, that they can then teach each other and help each other and encourage each other and make suggestions to each other and kind of empathize and go, I understand, like, it was hard when I first started. And so it creates a lot of mentoring opportunities and a way, whether they're helping people that are just starting, and the people that are just starting can see, like, oh, they were struggling and now look how well they're doing, and okay, there's hope for me. So yeah, they're at varying places. So even if you just start with, a couple that you get them started, and then add people as soon as they make the commitment and join the group. So a couple of things with that. So when you're working to get that commitment, and as the DBT therapist, you're using a lot of those commitment strategies at the very beginning with working to get the gear commitment from the client. Mm-hmm. And typically there are anywhere from about 3 to 6 approximately sessions of individual therapy prior to them ever making the commitment and then joining the group or the class. Okay. Because you don't want to just throw somebody into the class if they're not committed, because you don't want to have people jumping in and out of class. Like, you only want them to join if they're committed, right? So that you can hold them to, like, you made this commitment, and you test that commitment. So you work to garner the commitment and then test that commitment through those first approximately 3 to 6 sessions before they ever join class. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah. So, and then they can join, and then if you have issues after that, then you can address it. But, they can join at different, they can be a bunch of different people in the group at different places. One thing you also want to be mindful of, if possible, managing those group dynamics, so which is a really wonderful thing if you've got more than one group to offer, because then you can be like, in terms of placement, this person's actually going to probably gel better with this group and get more out of this group. Perhaps you have a teen group and an adult group, or etc. And you also want to be mindful of how many people are in your group, because if you think about, I don't know about you, I enjoy leading group therapy. Not everybody does. And this is more, and I call it class because it's much more structured than group therapy, right? Traditional sort of group therapy. So I call it class to help kind of help them keep in mind that there's structure to this, and that we're going to be moving along and we have things to do, that it's just not free time to just chat about stuff, because you're in all the individual stuff. All that is, as much as possible, that goes to your individual session, right? Class time is about skills and applying the skills, learning the skills. It's skills focused. It's not group chat time. But even still, think about having group therapy with, let's say 12 people who have borderline personality disorder. It can get really dicey really fast.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
And the skills training class in a DBT program is led by no less than 2 DBT trained clinicians, because it can get really dicey really fast, and the potential that one of the therapists has to step outside of the room with someone from class to de-escalate a situation is likely.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
So especially if you're talking about, an agency setting where the level of functioning in the client base that you have is relatively low. And then there are other issues involved, other needs, and etc. So going back to sort of how many clients who are diagnosed with borderline personality disorder or suspect of having borderline personality disorder would you carry on your caseload? I would say that depends on the clinician, right? And it depends on the clinician's skills and capacity for patience and compassion and where, and it also depends on the clients, right? Not all clients who have borderline personality disorder are really low functioning and really struggling, right? Some of them, even though you offer telephone consultation, and like I said, I had full caseloads of people who had borderline personality disorder. At one point, I was leading 4 different skills training classes in 3 different cities in Eastern North Carolina. And let me tell you, I had a full caseload, borderline personality disorder clients. And while I offered telephone consultation to all the clients, because that's part of the DBT program, not everybody uses it, right? Remember that you have a large percentage, relatively large percentage of people exhibiting more inhibited behaviors. They're not going to call, right? Even if you tell them, call me. No, they're not going to call. So there aren't as many people calling as you would think. Plus you put all these structures in place. And again, so a lot of them are going to be more higher functioning and don't need as much help in between sessions, and can be more in control of themselves during the group setting. So, and then you're using DBT with them, which, is a structure that helps provide them some clarity and some tools, and they feel like they're getting better. And so they're committed to keeping with it. And so I would, sorry to say that it would just depend on that one. Like what can the therapist handle? And if, like I said, I worked 3 different cities. So we had therapists at each city that I kind of went and worked with and drove around. When we lost a clinician and we had someone join the team, and when they were first starting off, they were like I only want to start with like 1 or 2, it's like, okay, well, they're learning the skills and they're learning what it means to be a DBT clinician, so they kind of started more slowly. What can the therapist handle? How comfortable do they feel? And what level of functioning are their clients at, and et cetera.
Gotcha.
Sorry. Does that make sense? Am I helping?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks for asking a question. Yay. How are we doing?
There are no other hands up, but we do have a question in the chat about boredom and if boredom is a common issue with borderline.
I see. Let me read that. It says, I have a client that may have borderline personality disorder. Something I noticed with this person is that boredom is a trigger for the client engaging in some not so great behaviors, activities. Is boredom ever an issue with someone who may have BPD? So that's a great question. And clearly the word that stands out to me in terms of defining the problem, right, is the word boredom. Because if it were me and I were noticing this, and if they were continually talking about like being bored, and then you're noticing this pattern, right, of they're bored and then they do things, I would dig into the whole concept of boredom, right? Because it seems to me, and I wish I could talk to you, but it seems to me like it's one of those words like weird, where it's like, or like I have a client that loves to say, and I think it's hilarious, but she'll just be like, I was just feeling some kind of way. And I'm like, what way is that? Like, I don't know. You're going to have to be more specific. So, or like people are like, it was just weird. I don't know. It was weird. It was just weird. Well, what does that mean? Right. So that's what's standing out to me at the moment, is that what's being identified as boredom to me, there's something else going on there. Something's being triggered clearly, because you're noticing this pattern. And so I, whether or not they have borderline personality disorder or not, I would work to do a behavioral analysis. So I don't know if you've ever done a behavioral analysis or a chain analysis, or if you can take a class on one, get some CEUs and learn how to do it. But I would dig in and figure out, like, you know, the behavior. It seems like that problem behavior is the behavior that is being triggered by what is being referred to as boredom. So I wouldn't just take it at face value that that's boredom's triggering this stuff. No, let's look into that a little further. And let's look at, you know, let's take one specific example, you know, and that's another thing with the chain analysis. You don't do chain analysis about just general behaviors, right? You go, okay, what happened yesterday at 4, right? You did such and such. Okay, let's look at what happened before that led up to, right? And do that repeatedly with several of those instances, even if they were, you know, a couple days ago, and then another one was last week. Sorry, that's one of my children texting me. Does that make sense? Am I making sense? I can't see if I'm getting a response. But I would do a chain analysis, and I would look at, you know, each of the instances that you've noticed fit the pattern and go, on this day you did such and such. Let's figure out exactly what it was that, because it's not boredom. Something else is that's my sense. And so I would, they raised their hand. Can we, I don't know how to open the mic for you. Oh, they just did.
Hi.
Hi.
Thank you. Yeah, that totally makes sense. That it's probably more than just how they describe it, and they do have difficulty describing emotion. Stereotypical kind of trauma where they were invalidated all throughout childhood. So emotional, like talking about how they feel is really difficult. But one thing they say is, one thing they have said is like, it seems lack of stimulation. And I probably, it's a newer client, so I'm probably gonna have to obviously dig deeper, but lack of stimulation, or just feeling like they want to feel something. They feel, they've never used the word empty, but they've said that, you know, if they're bored or trying to remember, sorry, I don't have my notes.
That's okay. You're cutting in and out a little bit, so it's a little bit hard, but I think I'm getting the gist of it.
Me better now.
So yeah, it sounds like, and I would think about, and like I said, it sounds like a couple of things. One, you're dealing with somebody who was so emotionally sensitive and chronically invalidated that potentially that they numbed their emotions, right? And emotions are a package deal, so you can't just numb one of them, you numb all of them, which would lead to that sort of I'm numb / I'm bored, like listless, like, right? You know, but I would say that you know, that behavior is then coming out of a desire to ease the anxiousness produced by noticing the numbness or lack of connection with feeling, right? So I would guess, and I'm just based on what you're saying, like I said, I would dig a little deeper and look at patterns. I would do some chain analysis and really look at each one of those times that they exhibited certain behaviors and move it back to like, okay, then what did you think? And then how are you feeling? And then, right, and really break it down and just microsecond by microsecond and pick it apart to figure out. And my guess is what you'll find is that there's some emotion that's back there that they don't have access to because they've numbed themselves, which creates this sense of anxiety because I know it's there, but I can't get to it, right? And so I want something to help me pull it out of me. So I'm going to do something to elicit some feelings so that I could try to get attached, so I can try to have access to that, and that that if you look at the function of that behavior, those behaviors, the function that they serve, my guess is that it has to do with easing anxiety, right? That's the function of those kinds of behaviors. It sounds like potentially impulsive or dangerous behavior. You said not so great. I don't know what not so great means. I'm assuming you mean like impulsive and not helpful, or potentially risky or dangerous, right?
Yes.
Am I making sense? Is this helpful?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Yes.
And then, once they can see that, then you can talk with them about like, if that is what's happening, right? And I can just theorize out loud, right? If this is what's happening, then that means that once we work to get in touch with those feelings, you don't have to keep engaging in those behaviors to try to access them anymore, right? That's the secondary route. You could just go directly to the source, right? So.
Yes, thank you. Yes.
And are you familiar? Do you know how to do a chain analysis? Do you know what I mean by like break it down microsecond, or I used to say break it down Barney style, huh?
I've only completed one once, and I think someone was actually showing me. So I can talk to my supervisor.
Yeah, I would look at it because I think as therapists, we do them all the time in our heads, right? We can kind of look at situations and we kind of make educated guesses as to kind of like how it fell down and like what, and based on the little fragments of pieces of the situation that they give us, we kind of fill in the spaces and we can kind of see it ourselves. But the problem is that they can't see inside of our heads, right? When I'm doing a chain analysis on a piece of paper in a session with a client, it's not for my benefit. It's for theirs, so that they can see the process that I've gone through in order to be able to identify, so notice that I sort of did, like, just based on what you were saying, kind of did a chain analysis in my head on the spot to go, let's see if that's happening, then that's probably happening. And then maybe this is the case. And so if that's the case, then here's a potential solution, right? Like that, just based on what I have so far. But our clients can't do that, not anywhere even remotely like that. And it seems like magic and like, what are you doing? And so again, the chain analysis is you do what you do, just do it slowly and do it on paper with them so that they can see what you're doing, so that and so they can see you theorizing and checking your theory and going, well, maybe that doesn't fit, let's look at this and see if that makes sense. Does that make, are you with me? So I wouldn't, some people get, I think, nervous about doing a chain analysis because they're like, oh, I don't know how to do that. But I would say, yeah, you all know how to do that. You just don't necessarily know how to do it slow enough and on paper so that somebody else can contribute and follow along. And that's what you're really learning. Does that make sense?
Thank you.
Yeah. Am I helping? Yeah, I think we lost you.
Yes, I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. That helped. Yes.
Yay. Okay. Awesome. Thank you for the questions. I appreciate them. Was there another one in the queue?
There is one more in the Q&A.
Okay. I very much understand, hi Antoinette, that this is a program. Okay. But is it okay /helpful/ethical? Thank you for clarifying, because okay would be a judgment. So I appreciate the additional clarification. To provide a skills group or sprinkles of DBT skills in individual group therapy. That's a good question. And I would say that yes and no. It depends. Can we she said we can unmute her, if you guys can unmute her. But to start answering your question before I can unmute you, I would say that that, you know, again, if you think about, okay, well, what is DBT? DBT is this combination of cognitive behavioral therapy. Well, if you're trained in that, you can do that. Great. That's really good therapy. And mindfulness, you know, are you trained in mindfulness? Do you have the ability to teach mindfulness? And do you have the ability to lead a mindfulness exercise? And, you know, can you do mindfulness, right? So, you know, can, in terms of doing portions of whether it's in a group setting or whether it's in an individual setting, well, can you do CBT? If you can, then do it, right? Can you lead and teach mindfulness? If you can, you know, you took training on that, then do it, right? And are those two major components of DBT? Yes, absolutely. So Emma, I don't know if that answered your question, but I would just steer, if you're not doing the full program, don't call it DBT, because it's not. Does that make sense? That's where I would draw the line and say, yes, you can do CBT, you can do mindfulness, you can even use the skills training book because it's got lots of cool handouts and worksheets. Just if you're not doing the full program, don't call it DBT.
Yes, I definitely understand that. We just, you know, unfortunately don't have the capacity right now at my agency to do the whole full thing. I wish we could. And I think I'm very much trained. I've taken, probably a total of 6 days worth in the last 2 years of DBT, of training, 6 days worth of training. You know, I know that.
Was it the foundational training from behavioral tech, or was it 6 days of training all from one place so that it builds on itself? Or
no, it's varied. 2 of them were from PESI. It was a certified, you can complete the training and get certified. And I did not follow up with the certification from PESI. And then I did actually another one because my work wanted all of us to do it. So I did it again. So I'm not technically certified, but I have had many, many days of intense training. But like I said, we just don't have the capacity to do the whole thing. I hope one day I can. But until then, I just wanted to make sure, because I've heard other trainers say it is, you know, I hate the judgment word. I know it is the judgment word. Okay. It's appropriate. It can be appropriate to use. There we go. There's a better word. To use it in.
Helpful? Are you looking for an alternative word to appropriate? I would say helpful, because it can be helpful to use.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I just wanted to make sure I was on the right track, though.
Yeah. Like I said, I mean, I love DBT. I think that it's just really amazing, really powerful therapy, and so useful, especially for a population that it has been struggling for so long. And typically, by the time, you know, they do get with a trained DBT therapist, has been struggling even within therapy to get help. And so while this population can be really challenging to work with, that's part of what makes it so rewarding when they actually do make changes and you see them get to a place where they have a reduction in symptoms to where they no longer meet the diagnosis, right? Like, you help these people who are so extreme that most therapists don't even want to work with them get to a place where they don't even meet the diagnosis anymore, because they're functioning and they're better and they're fine. Right. So it's very rewarding, but it is also very challenging. And I would say that if you're interested, you know, that I hear you working to kind of get whatever training you can get on it. And I applaud you. I think that's wonderful. I think that, you know, just my personal opinion, I think the world needs more DBT therapists, but, you know, I would say that in the meantime, you know, that really, like I said, looking to, just learn more on your own. I would recommend Kelly Kerner's book if you don't have a copy of that already. Getting, you know, the textbook from Dr. Linehan and reading through that, you know, at your leisure, you know, when you're sitting by the pool or beach this summer, whatever, right? Slogging through the textbook. It's a little dry and very texty, but but there's also the handbook that goes along with that spiral book that I showed in the slides, right? That the handbook ebook is really great and has lots of information for the instructor of the skills training class. So, you know, I would say that if it's something that you want to pursue, just keep at it until there are other people that can join you and you guys can build a program, or until you make one. You know, I know that, you know, like I said, there wasn't a DBT program at the first agency I worked for until my supervisor put together a team and we went and got trained. And then, you know, we started the program at our agency and over several cities. And then the next agency, when I moved to Raleigh, they didn't have a DBT program. And I started that one and got other therapists and helped get them trained. And you know, so if there isn't one and there's a need in the community, which it sounds like there is, okay, well, you know, it sounds like that you have the desire. So it's just a matter of matching that with the information and the practice to get it going.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, hopefully I'm helpful. Is there anything we need to do to get our CEUs? Oh, you mean for today's program? I don't know. That question, I don't think is for me. Michelle, maybe Natalia? That question might be for you.
So Natalia is not in here any longer, and she would know these answers better than I would, because there's also a question about where can you access the recording, and I don't currently have the answers to those things, but you will receive information. I can just say that.
Okay. Thank you. And it looks like there's another question from Shannon. Do you see yourself going back to, I'm assuming this one's for me, do you see yourself going back to get the DBT LBC from Behavioral Tech? Also, what are your thoughts on Dr. Peterson's DBT training? So those are some good questions. Do I see myself going back? And when I initially learned about the actual certification from Behavioral Tech, I was like, what? There's a level of training beyond what I have. I need to get that. You know, right now it's not as important to me because I'm in private practice and I'm not part of a program, and I don't have any real burning desire to join a program at the moment, although I've been asked, and you know, other personal issues. I mean, I moved from North Carolina to Alabama and personal stuff and blah blah blah. So it just has not been a priority. Do I see myself going back and getting it? Actually, yes. Just because, like I said, I really admire and respect the trainers that I had through Behavioral Tech. They were so spot on. And any and all of the DBT trained clinicians that I worked with, especially the group in Chapel Hill, just brilliant and so dedicated. And it was just a real pleasure to work with them and learn from them. And, you know, so would I want to be, you know, sort of engaged more in learning with other like-minded people working towards learning about DBT? That sounds like fun to me. Like, I'm super nerdy, I know, but it sounds fun. So yes, even if I decided not to ever go back to, you know, being a trainer or being, you know, part of a program, yeah, probably. In terms of Dr. Peterson, I'm trying to remember if I've had any training specifically from Dr. Peterson. I think that all my interactions have been sort of tertiary at best. And so I don't really have any personal experience that I can draw from in terms of like to give you my personal opinion. But I've heard lots of really good things, if that helps. So if you're considering taking a training, I would encourage it just because I've heard lots of really good things. But from a personal standpoint, I can't either recommend or dissuade. So I hope that answers your question, because I don't know what happened to the question or where it went. And it looks like Michelle answered about the recording in the chat window. Thank you, Ben, for bringing the levity. That was appreciated. That was funny. Oh, great. Antoinette said that she took the training and thought it was great. Awesome. Yeah, I've only heard good things about Dr. Peterson. So yeah, I think that's our time. So I'm mindful of the time, and looks like we've gone just a little bit over. So hopefully, since we started late, that doesn't mess anybody up too badly. And hopefully it was helpful. Hopefully you were able to get the things out of today's training that you wanted to get out, and you were able to ask questions, and it sounds like you'll be able to access the recording and the slides later. And I think you guys all have my information. So if you need to get a hold of me, you're more than welcome. Oh, looks like there's a question. You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome. Thank you. Oh, it just says thank you in the question and answer. So.
Yes, and I just wanted to say on everyone's behalf and on behalf of Western Tidewater as well, thank you so much for coming and conducting this training with us. It was very, very helpful and very informative. And I think everybody who attended very, very much appreciated it and gained something from it.
Thank you. I appreciate it. It's fun for me to share the things that I get super passionate about with other people. So thanks.
Absolutely. Well,
I see all the love in the chat. I appreciate it.
Yes, you can see everybody is very passionately thanking you as well. So it's not just me.
Awesome. Well, good. I'm happy to help. And hopefully I will be seeing you guys soon. Maybe we can do another training.